So there is no rate limit on these containers, especially important when you want to spin up new systems. I've seen it with some GitLab containers that are not sponsored as open source, and you have to wait for the next day and try it early in the morning. Am I still able to get that container now from Docker Hub? What else is there? Yeah, personally, I believe we have to change the names on these two because they are still using the Puppet gem, which we can no longer use because there won't be new releases. We want to test with the new OpenVox releases. There is a discussion now and communication to some lawyers regarding switching the license. So making it harder for Perforce to reuse new code that is done by the community in their enterprise product. So we are now asking for the Free Software Foundation for support. What is feasible, what is doable, what is legally possible, identifying what kind of license is it that we can switch to. Besides this, we are talking plenty with communities. My huge thank you also for Evut from Red Hat and supporting us on the Foreman side. So Foreman was one of the very early teams that says, oh wait, there's happening something on the Puppet side. What is it? Okay, we're switching to OpenVox. I hopefully will make it into the new release. It's already usable by now. You just have to put some options on how the package names should be. The Debian team already mentioned they are going to switch from Puppet because it's no longer open source to OpenVox. And as far as I have heard about Tim, is Arch Linux already does OpenVox and no longer does Puppet. If you want to participate, there is a central project on GitHub. And please have a look if you find an issue. Please have a look if you're missing something. Contributing does not always mean that you have to write code. It can also be documentation where we're looking for people and support. If someone has an aspect in security-related issues, we're still looking for someone being able to work as some kind of security officer. So reacting when someone sends in a CVE, for example, or finds an exploitable way or something like that, then we need to address this quite soon. So we are now back into the times where we have free and open source. So free, not like free beer, but more be free in mind. The nice thing is there is a worldwide community. So we're just a couple of people here sitting now in Germany. But there are people from all around the planet working on making this working and making this and bringing improvements into OpenVox. For companies that say, okay, but we don't know how to code now and we don't know how to build everything and we don't like to do a git clone and then have identified what kind of steps do I need to do to build everything and how do I switch now from Puppet to OpenVox. This is something that we will also here talk about, I suppose. There's also commercial support available. Basically, this is in the US, United States, and in Europe at the moment. And the interesting thing now is with all the hustle that is happening in the US with people being blocked from their emails and being relied upon the big, huge American cloud companies, that more and more companies also here consider moving back into a data center managed by yourself. And when you ask the developers, okay, what is it that you need in your data center, they will just say your Kubernetes. And when you ask them, where do you run your Kubernetes? It's an API call. Where is this API service running? In the cloud. Okay, and when you don't have that cloud? No. No. Okay, you have to build a system, your cloud by yourself. That means you need physical hardware. You need to provision physical hardware. This is something where Foreman comes into place. You want to distribute updates on these hardware. So this is something where Catello comes into place. You want to integrate this new piece of hardware with an operating system in your infrastructure. This is where you need the configuration management, the security baseline for, and you want to regularly check for that and not just do a one-shot like fire and forget, never look at that system anymore. Consider all the things about Cretis and what is happening with NIS2. So be assured that, please tell your CEOs that 1 foot is already in jail because they are now personally liable for security of their platform. So they definitely want to ensure that. So when it comes to support, Overlook Infratech is the company, the new company from Ben Ford, who was formerly the community DevRel engineer at Puppet and Perforce. We at BetaDots, of course, offer support. Artix has already mentioned that they are willing to do support. Enterprise modules, people who know BERT, they do something like for Oracle and other stuff, so mostly databases. Xyntion, the company from Simon, is also doing support. And there was a third one, next one now in the US I've seen, it's SNS Consulting Group, is also a former Puppet employee that is able to provide support. If you don't want to pay for it, it doesn't mean that you don't get support. There is the Vox Populi Slack channel. Please ensure Puppet community is the one that is maintained and managed by Perforce. And there's the Vox Populi Slack now, which is maintained by the community admins. Of course, to do a favor for everybody not using Slack, but still using IRC, there's of course the IRC library chat available, and of course, and there are bridges in between. So take care if you announce something, you don't have to do it on both sides, just do it on one side. And Tim always tells the people, and I'm going to repeat this, due to this bridge, please don't use threads in Slack. They will show up in a weird way on IRC. Just write it down, top to bottom. What else is planned? I haven't heard any differences to this, but Ben is about to do VoxConf at the US East Coast, somewhere in Q3, Q4. People were already very engaged in going there, and Ben mentioned to the community, to the European community, please reconsider carefully traveling to the US nowadays. We cannot guarantee your safety in the US. So this was an original wording from Ben. So it will be more like we do it here in Europe, and Ben does something similar in the US parts. And the t-shirts over there, maybe you haven't seen it yet. We prepared a couple of them. And I haven't brought everything with me, so I'm going to send some of the t-shirts also to Ben. He can then distribute them in the US. What else is planned? Config Management Camp 2026 already has a date. 2nd to 4th February. So I'm looking forward on seeing many, many people again next year at Config Management Camp in Ghent. And at the moment, we are also planning attending FOSDEM. So maybe even with a booth, maybe providing talks, maybe let's see, have a look whether we get a complete room that we can fill for the whole day. And next year, maybe in Q3, I suppose, third quarter, we are planning now an event in Berlin in Germany, and we're looking in what is it that we can do, and it might get the term like shipping releases, that is the subtitle of that conference. We're looking forward to it. You will definitely receive information via the usual communication channels, mailing lists, Slack, IRC, plenty of occasions. Who of you has heard about MinaSwan? MinaSwan. Who of you knows Ruby? I should see plenty of fingers raising. I am wondering why you haven't heard about MinaSwan. MinaSwan is an acronym and stands for Matze is nice and so we are nice. So Mats is the creator of Ruby, Yokuhiro Matsumoto. I always have to look for the name. I can't remember that by heart. And this is the abbreviation, so it's like an anagram that is there. And it means, please be helpful towards everybody, and this is what we always want to see within this community. So even if we have some issues or hassles with managers at Perforce, it doesn't mean that all people at Perforce are bad people. We have still good connections to developers who also are shocked with what the management is doing over there. Please be friendly with them. They are not responsible for their manager decisions. So just please be friendly towards everybody, as usual. So just want to point it out. It was even in the beginning of Ruby already there that we want to be nice and friendly. Questions? Have I been too fast? I have no idea about the clock. Maybe I have, yes? Ah, we have the throwing microphone. Okay. Who of you have already contributed to Vox Populi in either one or a different way? Oh, okay. For those that are still sitting, have a look at the people that raise their hand. These are the people that can mentor you and guide you. And please remember, it's not always about coding. Yeah, Tim will be, maybe Tim is the advanced part by then. Maybe start with someone more easy to get your pull request inside. It's more about just coding. It also means documentation. It also means maybe reviewing something. And even if you find a spelling error, and even if it's in a command inside the code, that's already the first approach. This is the way how you get into this community, by just showing your enthusiasm, and then you can build trust over time until to really become a contributor to this community, which allows you, of course, to do more things. It's not just the Puppet code. Consider about linter plugins. Consider about RSpec, how to do things in a new way. Consider about all the toolings that are around. PDK, for example, is now also no longer open source. So we need to find a way on how to have a proper, good-to-use test tooling from Vox Populi for Vox Populi coding. Of course, there's the VoxBox, which is already used heavily, and I'm over time now. Please say so. Okay. Okay. I should have a more careful look on Robert as I'm over time. Thank you for being here, enjoying the rest of the day, and yeah, see you. Stay here and listen. It will be awesome.
Thanks, Martin, for the great talk. Next up is Robert talking about VoxBox and running open Vox containers and testing stuff. So give some warm applause to Robert.
How does the screen work? No, something's happening.
What should be fine with?
Huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that's mine, yeah. So how do I do the mirroring? Ja, Displays verwenden als erweiterte Darstellung, Hauptbildschirm. Da, spiegeln. Now we're getting something. So, slideshow. So, welcome to my talk about OpenVox and VoxBox and how to test code. Yeah, we are a little bit late, but I think we have enough time for what I want to say. So let's start in. Short introduction, and then why test at all? What is the problem with all this testing stuff, and how we can use VoxBox to help us with it. And then I hope the internet is stable enough for a live demo. So who am I? I'm Robert, and I'm doing Linux since the 2000s. And started with SUSE Linux 6.4. I found this strange program called Linux in the shop of a friend. And how can I install Linux on my Windows? You can't, it's a replacement. And there are other things like Windows, I don't know this. And then it's all started. I'm doing Puppet since 2011. I stumbled into a company and they're doing this automation stuff, not writing shell scripts anymore and doing this Puppet thing. And then I got into it. And some years later, I started actively writing code, writing tests, doing Ruby and stuff. And yeah, that's now my life. I'm working at Betadots, the GmbH. GmbH. Yeah, that's the company for Martin we heard in before. He's constantly stealing my time, so I have to say to the conferences, please don't put me after Martin.
Sorry.
I'm used to it now. And besides all these Puppet and Ruby stuff, I'm doing a lot of container stuff, and I want to talk about containers too today. And when I'm not doing work, I like to play games, and a long time I needed Windows for this, but now the days are over and we can finally play good games, fast games, new games on Linux, and I'm doing this in my free time. Yeah, and you maybe have words. I'm German, I cannot speak so good English, but I try my best, and I do funny writing in caps and capitalizations. So let's get into it. What are we doing today? We have on the Vox Populi page these introductions. So how do you test? How do you modules? And then you get into it. Yeah, I can do. If I want to open a pull request, I have to fix broken tests or write new tests. And how do I do this? And I can do this on my local to be fast and have all under control, or I can use the CI and push to GitHub, and then it's a broken CI, and then, oh, somebody sees this broken CI, maybe. I don't like this. So it's better to run it locally first so that you don't embarrass yourself with a broken CI on the internet and people start asking questions. And normally you do something like this. You go into your project, you do bundle install, bundle, what the fuck I'm doing here? Why is it breaking? You have all these, okay, now I need Ruby. I have Ruby on my system. Oh, it's too old. Then I try RBM. This does not work, I don't like it. Okay, then I try RVM. This does also not work. I have to curl a bash script and pipe it into sudo bash, and I don't like this. And then you have all these gems and dependencies, and yesterday it worked, but now something happened upstream, and now it stopped working because some gem dropped the requirements for Ruby 2, and now you have forced to use Ruby 3, and you don't have Ruby 3 now, and you have to rework all your stuff on your local or on your pipeline, and that's stressing. So then you look like this. Nothing is working. Yesterday it worked, now it doesn't. But yeah, we have VoxBox. It's a unified test environment. It's a container with Ruby included, with all the needed gems, like the Puppet syntax, the Puppet lint gems, once over, and so on. It's like a frozen environment because you have a static container. This doesn't change when it's running. So no suddenly breaking gem dependencies anymore. And you only need now a container runtime, but yeah, who hasn't one? Most people can use Docker or Podman nowadays. And then you don't have to care about Ruby and which version and which gems and which dependencies. You only have to have your container runtime engine and run the container. And yeah, that's VoxBox. Here's a link to the upstream container, and now I have another slide. No demo yet. A little bit of the insights. We have some linting plugins. We have Art and K in it. We have once over. We have module sync. We have Puppet syntax. We have Puppet Ghostbuster. We have a lot of other rake tasks. We have Robocop in it. It's very broad conglomeration of tools. It can be used in CI if you want to use it in GitHub or in GitLab. We have some examples how to use it and how to integrate the VoxBox container in your CI. And we also have some other tools like JQ or YAMLlint. These are not Ruby. That's some Python stuff, I think, YAMLlint, for example, but JQ is just a binary. And we are doing builds for OpenVox and Puppet 8, and we have from the old times some Puppet 7 or OpenVox 7 builds still lying around, but we do not update them anymore because Puppet 7 itself, it's end of life, and we at OpenVox only have a legacy switchover release or so. Like, what do we have? 7.35-ish as version, but yeah, we don't touch it anymore. But it's there if you want to use it, but no updates at the moment. And the images are Alpine based, so it's lower footprint on the size on the container, and maybe fewer CVEs, because if you have a Ubuntu container or something, they are full of CVEs and packages you cannot update because it is like it is. And so we switched to Alpine, and it's a very small distribution and with a lower footprint. So, and now it's demo time. Let's see. How do I do this OpenVox stuff? Yeah, for example, you do all the. Come on, can you read this? Can you see this, or do I have to do it bigger? No, it's even bigger. Okay. Yeah, you do all this CD stuff. Go into your modules. You do git clone. Clone. Like some random Puppet module, like the Puppet SSSD module. Yeah. Now I have to type in my password for my SSH key. So, and now I have cloned some module. I'm going into this module.
Could you make the font a bit larger for the screen?
Even larger, okay. Is this better for the stream? People on the internet? Okay. Now I'm some random module, and normally I would start now with bundle something and check what's my Ruby version and stuff, but I have a Ruby 3.4, this may be too new or too old, and I don't know. But now we can use just Podman to run the tests. For example, you have to run, you use Podman, then the run command to start a container, then -IT for interactive, so that you can kill the container if it hangs, then the RM, so that it will delete itself if it's finished, then -V for the mounting of the local directory into the container. The :Z is for SE Linux. If you have on your machine SE Linux, yeah. This stuff from Red Hat enabled, you have to have special mount options, otherwise the container cannot see the files you are mounting into it. Then you say which container you want to have, like from GitHub, I want to have the Voxpopuli Voxbox and the tag 8. And then I say mostly -F. This is now an argument for the rake task inside the container. Because most projects have rake files, you can use these rake files, but they are in an unknown state. So maybe you don't know how this is working at all. So I have a plain, clear, and known rake file in the container I can use, which loads all the tasks I need. And -T is for listing all the tasks. So I have a lot of tasks I can run, and I want to do the testing stuff, and I just say spec. And then it starts the tests, and now the tests are running, and hey, I did the testing. I just run the container, and now the tests are run. I also can do the Rubocop thing if I have Ruby code, Rubocop. And there were 6 files in, no offenses detected. Yeah. And I did all these tests or Rubocop stuff without installing it even on my machine. I have it inside the container, I just run it. I have not to install it at all. Let me just check my notes, what I wanted to show. We have the Podman pull, we have the wake file, Robocop. Sometimes you may want to execute Robocop itself or want to have some shell and use the other tools directly. So you also can use the container to switch into it. Like you say, I want to have another entry point ash for the local shell in the container. Then I'm inside the container now. Here, oh, it is not found. So I have all the files from my outside directory, and now I can run Robocop directly. Or I can do some JQ stuff with the metadata. Metadata JSON, and yeah, or I can do YAML lint. So so I have all the tools in the container ready to use. I don't have to care about anything. Just starting or using the container will do the stuff, and you can do all the testing and all the linting and all the syntax stuff you want. Yeah, I'm too fast. I'm okay. Yeah. So I have said what I wanted to say. Do you have any questions? Yeah. Where's the? Over there.
Just a question, can you send us a cheat sheet for all the comments?
Yes, I can, and I have already. It's on the main page of the container. On GitHub, there is a README with quite a long index, and then some stuff you can do with the Voxbox. With if I want to do GPG or SSH in the container, if I have to clone private repositories and need a key to get them working, or how do I run a shell? How do I run Puppet strings? How do I do a YAML lint, JQ, curl, Robocop, and how do I integrate this in GitLab? So it's on the container repository README.
I'm sorry, I'm using the project Liberian Puppet. Is there any integration inside the container to Liberian Puppet?
Not yet.
Do you have any plans?
Not yet.
Okay.
Also, I have mostly built in the tools I need for my work, and other people also said, yeah, it's exactly the same I need, so they took it. But then every now and then some people come around and say, I want to have Puppet Ghostbuster. Can we build it into it? And yes, we can. And when you want to have tool XYZ, we can build it. We can try to build it in if it makes sense. I don't want to overload the container too much. But if this is a tool people might need, want, or use, we can try to integrate it. But at the moment, I have no plans to do anything with Liberian.
So there is some opportunity to make for you. If I want this tool, it's an opportunity to make your merge request or something like that.
We can talk afterwards and
Okay.
have a look.
Thank you.
Other questions? Maybe in the chat and the stream? No.
Hello. I just wanted to add that there was some discussion on this on the Slack that this looks kind of complicated to have these long commands and everything. And Ben is commenting that probably there will be like a dev kit coming up that makes these things easier, probably incorporating this container, but making everything smooth and easy to use.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, because I know these long Docker or Podman commands look frightening because all these commands and all these parameters, it's a bit scaring for people. Yeah, we need to wrap this somehow in a shorter way, in a clearer way, because now it looks strange. Okay. Felix, can you?
Is this the image that gets used on the GitHub runners? How to run things, or is that totally separate?
Not on the GitHub.
No,
GitHub has its own runners. They run on the GitHub side. We use the public runners.
Okay.
And we can use start containers on them, but I don't think we do it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how I've been doing it with my work. You run a runner and then you run a container. And it can be
We
quite
do it
good.
at several customers of mine where we have a GitLab behind a firewall, and so we have these local GitLab runners who run the container directly.
Just curious. Thank you.
So, if there, there's a question. Oh no, it's Ewood.
Yeah, there are some puppet modules that have their own gem dependencies. How do you handle those?
It's complicated because gem dependencies, you might have seen these error messages somewhere here that I have duplicated gems. When I have strange dependencies, I try to handle them, and if they get too complicated, I maybe have to drop the tool, because then it's there are some limits what you can do, what you can't do. And mostly all dependencies for the tools I have now inside it are also included and updated. But if we add a new tool and a new tool, it will get more and more and more, and maybe then we run into complications with the dependencies, yes. But it's like in every language, it's a complicated thing to get all your dependencies to work and in check, because last week or the week before, I wanted to update once over, and then okay, once over is not working with voxpopuli test because there's some Rubocop dependencies. The one gem wants to have Rubocop 1.5, the other wants to run Rubocop 1.7, and then they clashed and it's not working. And then you have to look if you find at least one version that's working, or if it's not working at all, then you have to decide which tool to drop, because you cannot have both.
Yeah, and I think in general it's also not a good practice to add gem dependencies to your modules, because in deployment is also more awkward.
That's what you mean. Okay, when you have a Puppet module which has gem dependencies. I haven't had that yet. I think the only thing I can remember is the Grafana thing with this Toml gem.
In the Foreman module we have OAuth as a dependency.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I didn't stumble upon this yet.
Okay, I can point you to it. Thanks.
Yeah, the mentioning of different dependencies for different tools. Maybe it's an option if it ever comes up and it gets more complicated to have different Ruby environments for different toolings. So you can set boundaries between each tool, and just as one tool you use your Ruby environment, the other tool uses the other. That might be an option to solve the problem.
I'm thinking, when I run into these troubles, I'm thinking maybe it's not the right thing to do to put these two tools in one container and have two containers, each for one with its own dependencies, because sometimes they just don't want to work together. So no more questions? Then I'm done. Thanks.
We will do half an hour break now, and afterwards Leonard will speak about automating stuff with Terraform and Bolt. Thanks.
Just extended the break.
Kann ich mich hinter dir verstecken, Dirk? Verdammt.
Doesn't like to leave the picture, please note your hand to the way. Otherwise, please cheer aloud for a nice picture that we can take with.
Wait until everybody is seated, so nobody can run away. Maybe hide your face or something like that. Okay.
I attended a puppet training which was done by Leonard. Who of you is staying in the Park Inn Hotel? The training took also place in the Park Inn Hotel by Leonard, who was back then working for Netways, and Netways is now sponsoring this location, as you can see. So I think the open source world is quite small, and we see everybody multiple times. And yeah, it's great to have you now back on stage here. Leonard is now speaking about development environments with Proxmox and Terraform and OpenVox. Some applause for Leonard.
Yeah, thank you. Christoph. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the tour yesterday, and my talk today is quite similar to the guided tour yesterday, and that means what I have to tell you will help you quite similar like the infos yesterday. Nothing. Ex-Kollegen, wie schaut's?
Wackel mal am Kabel.
Yes. Maybe it's the wrong side.
Who knows?
Because we're in Bavaria. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think that was not my desk. Aber ihr wolltet es ja nicht vorhin testen. Ach so, den gibt es ja auch. Ja. Ah. Oh. Ja. Maus. Oh Mensch. So. Ja. Ja, ist. Where is this cloning button? Yeah, yeah. I'm blind.
Use as.
Ja, genau.
Hab's davon. Genau da klicken. Nee, das ist die
Nee, nee.
Weiter oben. Da,
Ja.
Main Display.
Yeah.
And then low.
Many thanks to my young colleague. And yes. That's interesting. Where's the starting? Interesting. Yeah, that was me. No. Maybe I have deleted something, and yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's only my introducing page that I deleted, maybe. Yeah. Back to my talk. It's something about my first weeks at BetaDots and working for BetaDots. And Martin said, slowly do your stuff, do everything you want and the way you want to work. So I started to thinking about, and I'm not the youngest, and I like virtual machines. I'm not a big fan of containers. I like virtual machines, and the reason is I like to install something and have a look at all the architecture, how it plays together, and all this stuff. All this stuff we need to write Puppet modules, maybe. So, and motivation to have a look at some projects or software and stack it together was a new notebook. And no Intel CPU anymore. A Silicon M4, and I have the problem as a long user of Vagrant. Doesn't work, and of course the problem there are not so many images for ARM. So I started to have a look at Terraform, the shell scripting, Puppet Bolt. Yes, Puppet Bolt, because there's no release at this time. Was no release at this time for OpenVox Bolt, of course. And put all together. Why? Why I don't want to change my way to work? Vagrant. Starting virtual machines, log into it, do a Puppet apply, and see what happened. Yeah, at home, I have a Proxmox cluster, and not really big machines, with small nukes, 3 of them. And so I thought, yes, why I don't start to use this hardware for my work. So starting virtual machines on this Proxmox cluster, testing stuff there because they have an Intel processor, like most of our customers, of course. Yeah, opportunities to work with Vagrant, Proxmox. There exists a Proxmox provider plugin for Vagrant, but it's completely outdated and doesn't work with the current version of Proxmox, the current version of the API of Proxmox, of course. So maybe it's an opportunity to fork this project, but I'm not really good in coding in Ruby. So I take a different way. Have a look at Terraform, and at this point I thought I have a knowledge in Terraform, but not enough. So that take time, and I'm not a great fan at Terraform anymore, especially if you want to use data structures or manipulating these data structures or merging it together and so on. That's not quite nice. Yeah, using OpenVox Bolt now, I hope so, to provisioning some things, because not every time, but maybe I need a Puppet server, OpenVox server now, of course, sorry. An OpenVox server, a complete OpenVox server with OpenVox DB, with maybe the HDM, and yeah, this one, yeah. And so idea is, I like to work on my own machine. So I want to have my code on my own machine, on my local machine, because I'm old and forget some things, like to commit some stuff before destroying a virtual machine. So several times I lost my work, so I'm a big fan to have my code on my local machine and mount it into the virtual machine. And yeah, so I took a look at SSH file system to mount a file system into my virtual machine from my local machine. Yeah. Yeah, and all this I did for Proxmox, and the plan was to do it for Hetzner virtual machines too, because there exists a good plugin provider for Terraform from Hetzner themselves. Yes. Yeah. The day before yesterday, Robert told me something about the main problem in IT.
There are two of them.
Yeah, but we are talking only of one of them. Naming things. Yeah. So I called this project Cloud Development Environment, because CDE CDE is short and quite nice, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Stacking things together, starting with Terraform. And this is an example for a definition of three virtual machines I use. A Debian 12 based, and all this based on a template, a Proxmox template. Coming back later to this stuff. Yeah, I'm using a self-written Terraform module to manage virtual machines on Proxmox. The templates need a guest agent, a running guest agent, of course, to grab the current IP. The IP came from DHCP. So changing IPs, I have to grab the IP from the running virtual machine via IPA. Yeah, and of course, Cloud Init is very important. So I make the decision, please use as user Cloud. Store your own public key you want to use to automatically log on to the virtual machine, and for the primary interface, the primary network interface, DHCP. Yeah, at for the current version of Proxmox isn't possible that an algorithm make the decision for you on which node the virtual machine coming up. You have to describe it on what node with node. So my nodes have a complex name. You see it. Yeah, sizing. A default size for large, medium, small, and tiny. Disk size depends on the templates. Yeah, and the only thing at the moment we can do is set number of cores and how much memory. Yeah, and I want to test my code against several distributions, and that means several virtual machines. But I don't want to write some stuff to every definition for machines, so I use a default for my work. Yeah, and here we have a network. Proxmox, my Proxmox uses some SDN, software-defined networkings. And so I do a reference here to a network that I named OpenVox. Yeah, SSHFS. Here I use my login name lbeats and a key file, a dedicated key file, not my private. And I want to mount my Puppet code directory from the local machine into my virtual machine under root Puppet code. And yes, I want to use OpenVox 8. And with the next parameter, I say, please use root Puppet code as my code directory in my virtual machine. Yeah, network. It's only interesting the bridge in the Proxmox cluster and the domain for DHCP. Yeah, at home, I'm using a Pi-hole for a DHCP and name resolution because I knew DNS mask, and Pi-hole uses a customized DNS mask. It's quite similar to the original DNS mask, of course. Yeah. Now, next step, provisioning virtual machines with Terraform. But now I want to use it. And I'm using Bolt for this. Applying and destroying virtual machines, there exists a Puppet module, Terraform. So, but very interesting at this, a feature of this module is the inventory plugin for Terraform and Bolt. So my inventory file is quite short, only grouping my virtual machines, all come from Terraform, and please use my primary IPv4, IP version 4 interface. Yeah, and of course, my cloud user, SSH protocol, and so on. Yeah, bringing all this together, the idea, yeah, writing a short bash script. Problem at this point is every time you think it's a short work, it isn't. Takes more longer when you planned that. Yeah. So CDE is the name of the project, and to manage and control your virtual machines, use init. Init will install you the needed modules, do Terraform init, and so on. Okay, the requirement on our local machine, of course, is Terraform, Bolt and Factor, and JQ. JQ for JSON and the bash script here. Yeah, and starting up virtual machines, show the status, destroy it, or log in with SSH. At this point, ja, Status. Yeah. Here in my environment, I have several virtual machines. Two of these are running, the Debian 12 machine and a machine called Puppet. Yeah, it works. Yeah, mounted by SSHFS, my Puppet code directory. Yeah. What is this? Yeah. Puppet is installed. So I can start testing and play around with my Puppet modules. But the problem is I haven't installed any Puppet modules at this time. But no problem. Ja.
Is that SSH?
Was für ein Teil?
Is that zip?
I think it's very risky now to do an example apply on a SSH daemon maybe.
We can do it all.
Oh Mensch. Okay. I hope there are example files. What's up here? Uh-huh.
Oh, you didn't do it as a root. Was it on purpose?
No, that's correct. Ah. Okay, thanks, yes. Okay. We skip this example. The only thing I want to show is that the SSH FS works. And let it do. Okay, back to the slides. Terraform provisioning. It's possible to start some scripts, or here in my case, I start bold tasks to provision some stuff to my virtual machine. The first is I want to install an OpenVox agent. That is done by a bold task. Started via the local execute provisioner of Terraform. At the moment, it's self-written bold task, but in the future, I think I will replace it with the Bootstrap, the OpenVox Bootstrap module. Not good? No. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Next is I want to mount file systems in my virtual machine. Of course, not only one, maybe several file systems. So here it's a bold plan that is called. And next step is I want to execute every bold plan or task that I wrote or will write in the future. So you can use a plan as dispatcher to call other plans and tasks. But the problem here is with Terraform. Terraform knows maps. Maps like hashes or dictionaries. But these maps are restricted to have all the same data type for their values. That's not very flexible. So I used here an args argument for set several options. So that means only strings are allowed here. Not other maps and so on. That's, yeah, not so good if you want to manipulate maybe the CSR attributes file. Yeah, and back to OpenVox or Puppet. I need a Puppet server sometimes for doing some tests and stuff with exported resources and so on. So what exists? A quite nice project or a collection of compose files called Crafty, started from Robert months or years ago, I have no idea. Years, okay. And there are some examples of a compose file. I use one of these composed files, yeah, in a bold plan, of course, to clone the repository and install Docker and start all containers. That's all. It's a quite short plan, and it works for me great. And so I get a complete Puppet server in 2 minutes. And every time it's also possible to destroy this Puppet server and start it complete from scratch as new Puppet server, and I like that. And I said, I'm not a very big fan of containers, but I think the work that Robert done for containers, for the puppets, for the OpenVox server and OpenVoxDB server, and also for the VoxBox, changed my mind. Yeah. And that's all.
Thank you. Do we have a single question? Anybody? No questions. Okay, next speaker, please.
Meine Vorstellungsfolie zu löschen.
Kein MacBook, mal gucken, wie schnell das klappt.
We need some Jeopardy music for next time.
Oh, der 4K. Ha. Kriegen wir auch hin. Das wird nicht klappen.
Nice. Okay.
Nee?
Our next speaker is Sebastian, also a long-time Vox Populi contributor and also serving in the Vox Populi Project Management Committee, and he will speak today about OpenVox View, a successor of Puppetboard. Some applause, please.
Hi. I will talk about OpenVox View, a project of mine. Hello, I'm Sebastian. I'm a cloud engineer at Service ERP GmbH. We are developing ERP systems for mills and some agriculture companies. You know me maybe as Spritzgebäck on IRC or in the internet. I'm 2.5 years PMC member. Bastelfreak forced me to it, or invited me to it. And I'm also a chairman of the Forschung und Technik e.V., placed in Lingen-Ems hackerspace. In my free time, I'm also streaming development on Twitch as der Keller Nerd, and I'm married to my beautiful wife, and I have a wonderful daughter, which delayed this project. I talked 3 years ago with Bastelfreak about Puppetboard, and we have some quite problems to deploy it. Mostly it was like Arch made a Python update and it broke. Ubuntu did an upgrade, it broke. Anything did an upgrade from any Python dependency and Puppetboard break. So it's better since there are a venv option in the Puppet module which installs Puppetboard. Yeah. Then I was developing on Puppetboard some small stuff and saw there are problems to switch to make it better because you have to rewrite core functions, and I didn't want to do that in Python. Yeah. And the UI of Puppet Board is generated, server-side generated HTML. And then there is inline or inside JavaScript, which makes Ajax calls to the Puppet Board API backend. So we talked, and we started with OpenVox. OpenVox View, formerly known as Puppet View. Then I was at the config management camp. We named it OpenVox, so I renamed it there, and it's now OpenVox View. It's written in Golang as a backend for easy deployment. It's only one binary. The front end is written in Vue 3 with Quasar framework. We use it in our company for apps and websites, so it was quite easy for me to create a front end. And as I said, it's delivered as one binary, so the deployment is quite easy, and the platform is. This works on ARM. It works on x86. Here. This is a screenshot from OpenVox View. Yeah, it's looked something like a Puppet Board. It was my inspiration, and this is the current state, maybe 3-4 commits old. Yes. We built as a new feature the predefined views. So you can configure it via YAML file or environment variables, and you can define your own views. In Puppet Board, it's an inventory menu entry, and it shows your inventory. I want to build that in OpenVox View, and thought about it, and thought maybe we can make it configurable with some YAML, and so you can predefine your own views. We will have a look into that later. You can predefine queries. Sometimes you need to run a query on your PuppetDB and you have forgot the query, then you look on the Vox Populi site in the FHQ, in the query list, and then you build your query, and 3 weeks later you forgot the query and start again. And so I've built in predefined queries. So I have a list of queries, and you can click on play, and it will open in a query window, so you can edit it and run it. I will show you in the demo. Query history, which query are run. It's stored in memory, so if you restart the service, the history is empty. We will add a cache file for this. And we have a dark mode. Quasar deliver a dark mode option, so I wrote 3 lines of code, and we have a dark mode. Yeah. So, live demo. And that's a bit complicated because I don't see. So. Ha. I've started with our development environment in our company. These are 4 VMs with a Puppet server with PuppetDB, a Nomad server, a Postgres server, and a MinIO server. There's an arrow, so we can click on it, and we cannot click on it. But we can go in the Puppet and see it's failing. So we can yes. Yeah, it's look like a puppet board. It's nearly the same, but different. You can see your event list. You have a node detail view. You have a report detail view. You can look in reports. It's, in my opinion, it's faster than Puppet board. You have a facts overview. You can search for facts. You can jump in facts. You can see, currently this is a bug, you can see no object as in the facts overview. But you can search for Puppet version. Puppet. Ah. And then there are values. You can click on the third name and jump to the. Sometimes. Wo ist mein Maus? Da. Ja, da. Kommt der Sache näher. You can search in your facts from the node quite fast and live. Here, you have a nodes overview. You have a dashboard like in Puppet board. So there's not much difference. Report overview, and you have definable views. So here's an inventory view, and now I switch to my Emacs. Sure. Whoa. So.
Yeah, that's big enough.
And you can mark some YAML and click comment. Save it. Restart the backend. And now we have views, cluster nodes. Yeah. But this should be, yeah, no. It shows the nomad version. The views will be extended with filter and something like this. Currently not implemented. Yeah. Then we have our query area where we can execute queries. Click execute. This time we can add another query, and it's another. Click facts and execute. This is something new. You can view it in JSON. Sometimes you can view it in JSON. And you have a meta tab which shows execution time. In milliseconds, I will write it and execute it on. So then we have the history. We executed two queries, and we have the predefined queries. Can click on play and can here do something like edit node version. Click execute, and now we should see every node without a node version, and that's one nomad version. So yes, yeah. This is a demo. This something others would want to show? No. Yeah. Dark mode. We can switch the environment, like in Puppet board. We can switch to an environment which are all environments. Basket Freak asked for this feature yesterday.
Very awesome time to market. Implemented within a day.
Yeah. So this is the OpenVox view. We will extend it in the near future on my stream mostly. We can use it. No. Yeah. So coming features. We will implement authentication. It's a missing feature in Puppet board. And in my company, we are a Microsoft company. So we have a Microsoft or a MS 365 authentication stuff. And I want to use it with OpenVox, so I can define which colleague can exit it via rights and groups in Microsoft. So we will implement SSO authentication and basic authentication, which is maybe a database or YAML with defined password hashes and usernames. Yeah. We want to provide metrics for parameters. I thought about it. I have a backend. It's running. I have the features to execute queries. So why not define queries in the YAML file and get it executed every 5 minutes or something you can define, and let's generate parameters matrix for monitoring or something like this. It will be a feature. It should be responsive. It is quite responsive currently, but if you open it on a mobile phone, the tables are somehow too small. And mostly important, I will implement your ideas, or you will implement your ideas because you want to contribute. I'm happily for every contributor to help me to extend OpenVox. Yeah. And now I have to say thank you. If you want to contact me, feel free. ESC, Twitch, something like that. And the code is on GitHub. Currently on my profile, we will move it next week to the Vox Populi organization. Yeah. Also, I want to add it to Crafty as other option for a board. Crafty was quite good help to implement this. Yeah. So I'm a lot of faster than in my tests. Questions?
The metrics you provide, are those metrics in regards to the performance of the application itself or a specified query?
Specified queries.
Specified query, okay.
So in our company, I want to monitor some information that are already in the PuppetDB. I have to write some exporter for PuppetDB now, and I thought maybe why not in OpenVox View?
Okay, thanks.
PuppetDB or OpenVoxDB offers a metrics or monitoring page with statistics Would it be possible to include this also in OpenVox view so I don't have to call it directly?
Sure.
That would be nice.
How many hours have you put in to get this working demonstration together?
I started 3 years ago. No, that's three and a half years. My daughter is 3.5 years. I left it for 1 year, no development. Then I talked with some people. I started again at development, and last year, at the end, fall last year, I deleted everything I had and start new. On config management, there was a huge development phase where I implemented a lot of stuff. And on my streams, again, some hours, so I don't know, a month.
Do more conferences.
Yeah.
Quite a front-end question or an idea. I really love what I've seen now. I would like to tinker about with this. There's one thing missing that I love in Puppet Bar, that is pie charts. For instance, if you roll code into production, you want to see how many nodes fail, how many nodes are successful, and so on. Is that an idea to implement this too?
Charts?
Pie charts, yeah.
Yeah.
Or any charts, diagrams, whatnot.
Yeah. It's only a lack of time that is the issue, that is a current situation, that there are not charts in it.
Are contributions welcome?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Arjen asks on Slack if there's an OpenVox module already to install OpenVox View.
I have a private module which we are using in our company, and I'm using for my private Puppet stuff. I will add it to Vox Populi next week. I have to put the Vox Populi things in it first.
Oh no.
Sehr gut.
As on the afternoon, there's also the Foreman talks. How do you distinct this between Foreman, and what are your plans to not have like the same feature set in your tool like Foreman?
Honestly, I don't know the feature set of Foreman. So I didn't want to make it too big, to put in too many features in it. So I think the Puppetbot stuff and the metric stuff and the feature list is done.
Okay, so you're just going to be more lightweight than Foreman.
Yeah.
Somebody else?
So if there are no further questions, not the case. Okay, thanks again for the question. We will do a 10-minute break, and afterwards Simon will do the last talk of VoxConf.
Sorry, I have that one gecached.
Hello everybody, we would like to continue because we are all hungry for dinner and lunch. And between us and lunch is one final talk of the day. Before we start the last talk, one quick reminder. We still have some t-shirts on the table. Those t-shirts are exclusively for this conference and will never be printed again in this awesome design, so please take all the t-shirts that are there. We also have some socks from Betadots and also some chocolate. Please take everything. We are too lazy to carry it back home. And we are coming to the last talk of VoxConf, which is from Simon. After this talk, at roughly 12, we will have lunch sponsored by Netways, and after lunch, we will continue with the Foreman birthday party. Now to Simon, he will speak about how OpenVox helps prevent incidents. Some applause for Simon.
Yeah, welcome to my talk. So everybody who works with infrastructure knows incidents happen. And I thought to myself, there are also accidents on the street. What can we learn from it and transfer it to infrastructure? And that is what this talk is about. Yeah, I'm Simon. I'm from Berlin. I have a small consulting company, Xundion GmbH. I have experience with the Puppet ecosystem since 2012, and I offer different services over my company for infrastructure consulting. Yeah, a little bit of content. We talk about disasters, how the 5 W questions help with incidents and how we can work this into infrastructure. We do a quick reality check about the bigger incidents in the last years. And we talk about traceability and how infrastructure as code helps to get some clarity about the infrastructure you're working with. So this talk has a few statements in between the slides. Some might be quotes, some might be questions or sentences. Please use them to check in with yourself. How do you feel about the statement or the question? So, Paul Romer said, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. And I agree with that because we can learn a lot from crises. We should do this. So, we often have incidents, and these cost a lot of money. And these are just 2 incidents that happened in the last years. One was the big AWS outage, 2021, and it caused 7 hours of downtime. Thousands of companies were offline because they were relying on AWS, and there's an estimate the damage was about $150 million. There was another outage from an internet and network provider in Canada. It's called Rogers. That was in July 2022, and it was a downtime of 15 hours. It affected 12 million users, and roughly about 25% of Canada was without internet. And now, check in with yourself. When was the last outage you were affected by or maybe also responsible for? So, this picture might be very familiar to some people here in the community. It's Bastrafik's car a few years ago burning on the Autobahn. And yeah, something is on fire. Maybe it's your infrastructure. So imagine the following situation. It's Friday afternoon. You're close to go home. And hey, the website of your company is down. The service is unavailable. Maybe the CEO is already calling or marketing is coming to the office or texting you via the company messenger. That is not good. And the problem is, nobody knows what was changed, because you have maybe a classical infrastructure. And yeah, maybe you know the scenario. Yeah, and now this is the core of the talk. We have 5 W questions. We ask when an accident happens, and we can apply them to IT. And so these are the 5 questions that are commonly asked if an accident happens: who, what, where, and when. And if we ask these 4 questions, we get the answer to the 5th question that puts it all together. That is why. And normally, if an accident happens, we ask who was involved. And for infrastructure, we would ask, who did this commit? Who was the ticket assignee? Who reviewed it? So we get an idea of who was involved in what, changed the infrastructure, and maybe led to the outage you are experiencing. So then we ask what happened. We look at the config changes. We look at code diffs. We look how was the system modified. And then we get an idea what might be responsible. And then we have a timeline, like with a classical incident, accident, like when did it happen? When was the exact point in time when the 2 cars crashed together? And with infrastructure, we maybe look at timestamps in a log. We maybe have a change window. Or maybe we talk about a deployment time. Maybe it's a modern company. We have like maybe 100 deployments a day. And we need to find the exact window that maybe affected this service that is now down. So the next question is where. And when we talk about where, we talk about a location. With an accident, that's a physical location. We talk about the exact place where things took place. Maybe a car was burning under a bridge, and that is the exact location. If we talk about infrastructure, we talk about nodes, blast radiuses, and maybe that also has a geographical component when we have a globally available service. And maybe this outage just affects Asia region. Why is it just happening in Asia? Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe I know my infrastructure good enough. Maybe this question leads me to the case. So, and we put this completely together, and then we ask, why did this happen? That's the business side, the root cause, and the ticket reference. Everything of the other questions we asked so far fall together. So that are the 5 questions we need to ask to find a root cause. So now we have like a more traditional approach versus, I called it systematic approach. You may also say infrastructure as code approach, and that is how that might look before and after. Maybe with a traditional approach, you don't know. People just said it was me. Oh, it's something with the configuration. Sure it is. Yeah, it was working yesterday. Yeah, you didn't have an incident yesterday. Yeah, maybe it's a global issue. You have no history, maybe. What happened? So if you have a more systematic approach, you have a commit author you can identify. You have exact changes documented. You have a precise timing, scope defined, and the business context is clear because you maybe have a node focus and know this change that caused the downtime was just delivered just to the web servers. Yeah, and we need a paradigm shift. It's not about to blame people. It's about to understand what happens. And if you look at road safety, we have like a huge amount, like about 88% fewer deaths since 1970 on the road. That is not all to asking the right questions, but it's maybe part if somebody arrives at the accident location to ask the right questions, helps the incident or accident response team to help the people involved in the accident. And in IT infrastructure, we often ask, oh, is this service available again? Yeah, sure, that's good. Let's go on. No, it's time for some systematic investigation. Let's find the root cause. So, short reality check. Complex systems fail in complex ways. Our infrastructures get more complex in the last decade. Everybody who sits here maybe knows this and have experienced it themselves. And this is from a small study I found on the internet from Richard Cook, how complex systems fail. Yeah, and two of the examples I already showed beforehand, and there are other incidents that happened in the last years. So, for example, the GitLab accident is really interesting because it happened twice. It happened 2020 and I think 2017. Exactly the same case, the production database was deleted. Not good if you want to host a service. And the interesting thing is we haven't talked about any critical infrastructure so far. So maybe AWS hosted some critical infrastructure, maybe the case, but none of these services is really critical. So let's trace it down. And if we cannot trace it, we are doing archaeology in IT environments. Let's face it. Yeah, so this is a screenshot from Jurassic Park. People doing archaeology work, and maybe that's a typical response. Or we log into a server because we got a message from the monitoring system, grab through a log, find nothing, search more, and then we find it on another production server because infrastructure was not systematically managed. And that took maybe 3-4 hours until we find the root cause. And so, what happens if we have no traceability? We cook a recipe for disaster. If we take the things that are listed above, cook them together, we get the following outcome on the bottom of the slides. And that is exactly that we maybe have a very diverse tool landscape. You do need to do this ASAP, and you don't document. We have legacy everywhere. Yeah, and that is the famous picture with the Lego figurines. People are too busy to improve. Don't be like these people. And the brutal truth is, if you don't have any traceability, you don't have any evidence you can follow. Yeah, and what can we do? We can use infrastructure as code and get more clarity about our infrastructure. So, breaking the cycle. Here are the reasons again why traditional infrastructure management fails. You have manual changes, undocumented modifications. Yeah, the famous statement works on my machine. Everybody had heard it before. And you do archaeological debugging. And with infrastructure as code, you can track every change. You have a full audit trail, and you have an instant root cause analysis. And then you are not like the dog sitting in the fire and say, this is fine. So there are different tools for the same job. All the tools work with infrastructure as code, and they help you to fix the problem. And it's not about a specialty to use one tool. Normally you use the tool your team knows the best. Somebody has deep knowledge in because knowledge can be transferred into the team. Or you use a tool that maybe survived your evaluation process you maybe and hopefully had. And for this presentation, I stick to OpenVox because that is the tool I know best and worked with for over a decade. So, OpenVox is a great tool for infrastructure as code. It's enterprise ready. It has a Git native workflow. That helps a lot with traceability. You have an agent server model. The agent pulls the config regularly from the server. And normally it's every half an hour. And you get a complete change history. That's great to track all changes and to trace down what maybe broke your infrastructure. Yeah, let's take a rework scenario. It's shortly before Black Friday, and your company is hosting an online shop, and yeah, you expect more traffic. The current thing that happens on Black Friday, more clients come in, and so you get a ticket that asks you, hey, please increase worker connections for the traffic spike. And then you sit together in the team and say, yeah, let's quarter the worker connections, and that will work. And the problem is your service is not made for it. It cannot handle the load. The service becomes unresponsive. And now we ask ourselves how we trace this back. Let's walk together on this path and figure this out. So who was involved? I have 2 points where I can look who was involved. Mainly I look in the ticket. It mentions the person involved. If it structures correctly, it asks for a specific change. It says who was assigned to the change, who requested this change, maybe from a business perspective, which part of my business requested this change. Maybe it was marketing, because marketing said, hey, we have a great Black Friday campaign out there. We really expect more traffic. And then there's somebody who said, yeah, I signed this off, you can implement it. And then you have the pull request that comes to it. There was a review process. The code you've written was approved and then can go to production. If it works well, you checked it before in the development environment. Maybe it worked well on development because you have less load. You don't get the load pattern exactly like it's in prod. So you checked this on development, it went to production. Everything looked fine. So what happened? Let's look at the diff. The diff says, yeah, we have a YAML file here from Hira. We have a role, it's called e-commerce web server. And the change was exactly that what was requested. We increase the worker connections. We do nothing else. That was the approved change. And the diff looked like this. So when did everything happen? Let's set up a little timeline. The change was deployed. I maybe triggered an open bolt plan to roll it out to my infrastructure. 5 minutes later, I get an alarm from my monitoring system. Good old trusty monitoring system saved by S. So what can I do? I can, for example, open VoxView or Foreman and look at the last changes that were made to my infrastructure. Okay, I figured it out. And a few minutes later, I trigger the rollback, use open bolt plan again, and roll it out to my infrastructure. Short time afterwards, the service was restored. What happens now? I hopefully have an incident process. Maybe it's an ITSM process, so I create a ticket for the incident and send out an invitation to post-mortem meeting, because we need to discuss what can we learn from this. And this is how we prevent future incidents. If we don't do this, we don't learn. So where did this happen? The good thing is with infrastructure as code, I have a predefined blast radius. I have the role that I assign to the nodes, in this case my web servers, and I have the same data structure we have had a look on before. That just applies to this role. And we have the worker connections down there that were increased. So we know exactly where the change was deployed. We have a predictable blast radius, and we don't have really big surprises. We still have an incident, but we know where to roll it back. So why did this happen? It all started with the ticket. The ticket that was created that requested the change. It was not unauthorized change on the infrastructure, or maybe word-to-mouth change that happened in between two offices when you met your boss who said, yeah, Black Friday is coming soon. Can you please increase something so we are prepared for the load? No, there's a ticket. I have a justification to make this change. So why does this happen? Let's put it together. There's also the pull request we've seen before. And we checked the diff. We know what happened. And we applied this change. The diff looks like this. The service was restarted. The catalog was applied. I know what happened. And this is a revert. We put the service back online. It's easy for us because it's everything in Git. We can revert the exact change we made before, and it's easy to restore the services. No more searching. So what do we do if we have an incident? We ask the exact questions we would ask in an accident on the street, and we have a mapping here. So we ask who made this change, look at the Git commit author. What was changed? Yeah, the diff in the Hira repository. When did the change take place? We have an update time for the control repository. We know when this went live. Where was the change made? We have a monitoring classification. We have a monitoring dashboard or node classification and know exactly where this change happened. And why did this change happen? Because we have a ticket in the commit message and we can track it down. That is the reason we had an incident. And that is the reason we can track it. Any questions?
Exactly, but more an addition. I didn't ask who at first because I don't care who did it. I care what happened and how to fix it, and who can come later. Because you put it who in first because it's like you did it, get him.
But we learned before him. Then it's not about blaming. It's just the classical question that you ask first in an accident, and I picked this up. Okay. I did not rearrange this. I just picked it up and used it. Yeah.
Here comes the addition to the addition. It's what Simon also meant. You should develop an error culture in your company because the question who leads to the quickest and most educated guess about why things happened in a maybe more complicated commit as we saw here. So this is something I think most companies should work on, and then the question of who is making nobody nervous anymore.
Yeah. So I maybe look at my pull request again and look at who reviewed it. I had the case a few years ago in a company that worked with a big web platform, multi-million visitors every day. And we did a change to a template in Puppet that handled the resolve conf. And the change was reviewed by over 10 people. And nobody saw we took out the line break between the servers. And it was shortly before lunch break. Everybody went to lunch break. The change went live because somebody thought, hey, maybe we can just merge this before we go to lunch break. We came back, nothing else worked. So we had to repair every resolve conf by hand because Puppet cannot automate when it cannot talk to its server. So automation works both ways. Be careful.
And another simple example to add, I joined a company and a few months into the company, I accidentally shut down a DHCP server. Then the network guy, I heard him screaming through the hallway, "Hey, who shut down the DHCP server?" And I assumed I had something to do with it, so I dug this up myself, and I went out and blamed myself. It became a running gag for some months, but that's all that happened. So be open about your mistakes. It helps solving issues.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Not the case. Okay. Thanks again for Simon for the talk. So this was VoxConf. Thank you for attending. Before we all leave to lunch, I heard Dirk will guide us the very complicated way. And before we head out, please again take all the socks and chocolate and t-shirts, and afterwards we can eat something. Thanks.
Did Annette already give you a T-shirt? Did Annette already give you a T-shirt? Okay. She brought.
It's a new one I do not have here.
It's not that different. It's the basically the logo is now in front, but she brought a few.
I'm not sure if I have the other one, the silver on there. But I took this one instead of the other one on top of it because yesterday already Natya had this one on. No, don't take this, everyone takes it.
Yeah.
First there's Natya with this one,
yes,
next one.
Apparently everyone from analytics as well.
Why do they always choose the same that everyone else chooses? Oh yeah. So at least know we are the community. Yeah, I would like to start with a welcome, but there are still some people at lunch. There was a line at the coffee, and there is a line on the toilet.
Well, it doesn't appear to be a line to the toilet anymore.
Okay, this queue is empty now, this queue is empty now, and the others are probably incoming. Jedenfalls hockt dich mit mir auf die Treppe. Ich bin nicht sicher, ob wir jetzt auch eigentlich noch 1 oder 2% mehr haben.
I see a group incoming, so I think those might be the last ones.
There are some incoming. Are you the last ones? Probably. But now we have again a queue at the toilet. No. Please use the toilet and not the room with the storage. So, yeah, let me welcome you to the Foreman birthday event of this year. It's the 16th birthday, and if I counted correctly, we start with the 7th birthday, and we only have 1 year we didn't won because of COVID. So, yeah, it's a long tradition. And this time, so it's also welcome back for those that attended already VoxConf, because we had a partner event this year. So I'm really happy to see you all here. When we decided to go hybrid, I feared really I'm the only one here and everyone else will be remote. So we have a fully booked room. Stream can only see us here in the front, so believe me, it's a fully booked room. And I hope stream also works, because it's really also our first event we are doing hybrid. We really live stream this. So we had technical issues, but I hope everything is solved. And if we lose the camera again or something like this, excuse us, please. Yeah. So this is all I have to say, except I want to hand over to Ewart, our first speaker. Regular speaker, always giving us information on Foreman itself, so it's his turn to start again this year. Thank you.
So, thank you, and welcome. I'm going to talk about containerizing Foreman, but first about myself. So, my name is Ewart van Heegaarden. I've been a Foreman contributor since 2012. and I joined Red Hat in 2017. So on behalf of Red Hat, we care about Foreman a lot, and I still have my satellite shirt on, but this is an open source talk, so I will wear the Foreman shirt. You know what's underneath. So I recently changed into a product owner, very recently, like 1st of July. So that's still new, but still on satellite, still same thing, just doing different things. And like the way I got started, but you start using Foreman, and we deployed it in production because we wanted to use it. That was Foreman 0.4, and you miss some things, and you submit patches, and well, for me it got out of hand, and here I am. I want to talk about the why, the what, the how, and the progress. Or in other words, where are we now and are we there yet? But before that, I want to talk about past attempts. In 2018, Eric started Grapple, which is our first attempt of deploying the whole configuration with containers, and that was a bit like, he wrote a whole RFC about it, and it's all still in discourse, but that didn't really go anywhere. We added a Docker file in Foreman.git since 2019, but it doesn't really have plugin support. Well, it sort of is there, but it's awkward. There wasn't any CI until 2023, so it was broken sometimes. So also now sometimes the publishing to Quay breaks because Quay does some weird things. And it's more aimed at developers. So these are some things we did in the past, but well, here we are again. So on the why part. Well, all the cool kids are doing it, so it must be great, right? No, really. For us, as satellite customers, asking more and more for high availability. So how we got started was we sat down as a team in 2023 in December and thought, how would a highly available deployment look like? And in a traditional deployment with traditional packaging, it would be quite hard to support. It can be done, but if your customer is not that experienced in it, it's more likely to break. Because I think people who run HA development deployments here know that HA can actually be less reliable because it's more complex, and complex things fail. So we thought if we do it, we want to do it right. And for us, the whole idea was, if you have containers, it's probably easier. If you can deploy that, it's more likely to be stable. And our thought is maybe we can leverage Kubernetes or OpenShift as a platform, and for that you really need containers. So that for us was the motivation to make this a proper effort and get it right. But also on the packaging side. So I don't know how many people have looked into our Debian packaging, but it's not really great. I think our RPM packaging is better, but also Debian is partial. Like the whole Catello stack, we don't have that in Debian packaging. And well, maybe containers can actually be a good thing. Then you have parity. And also, maybe in the long term, we have less effort to maintain both packaging systems. And maybe we will actually be able to deliver Catello running on Debian. But that's all long term. In the short term, we just have more work because now we have RPM, Debian, and containers. But hopefully, long term, we will simplify it. We also want to look at the development and CI side of it, and actually have more parity. If we have production deployments which look very different from development, developers are not really in touch with the actual real world, and containers might help with that. CI is also very capable of consuming containers these days, so hopefully we can get a better alignment and make it easier to consume. These are some of our motivations why we want to do this. I'm guessing those are all clear to anyone, but if you have questions about why, then we can discuss after. Let's get to the what. So some of the goals we set out for ourselves. So we still want to keep the single node deployment option. Today we have one machine where you can run everything, and that's not something we want to give up. We don't want to mandate running in some Kubernetes OpenShift cluster because that's complex. But also some people really like the option that I can build my entire infrastructure from the ground up with just Foreman. I can restore a single machine, restore backup, and then build up my whole infrastructure. For example, your virtualization or your container cluster, that's built from that. So if everything burns down or you have some ransomware attack, you could restart from the ground up, and I think single node deployment makes that easier. Because if you first need to spin up Kubernetes and then you can only start recovering, that's going to eat your time. So For us, this is one of the things we want to keep as a very, very good option. The other is we want to support Catero with all the plugins and things we need. So it's not just Foreman, because I think Foreman itself is probably pretty easy to containerize, but it's really adding Candlepin and Pulp, and I'll get to that later. So we want to support plugins as well, and we want to migrate from existing installations, because long term we think it's probably going to be the one we want to recommend to everyone as a default option. So we want that as goals. That's sort of the where we want to be. Initially deploying to Kubernetes and OpenShift, that's not what we're going to focus on. It will happen eventually, or probably, but not something we want to deliver initially. That's something that the community can do. If we provide containers, people can play with those and go for it, but it's not something we will do initially. But yeah, something what we also want to keep is the install process. Today it's pretty simple. You set up repositories, you install the installer, and you run the installer, and you have your basic installation. That's, I think, a good installation experience. It's not 100 steps. And sure, after you install it, then you need to set up and configure it. But this is something we want to keep as well. Keep it simple. Just set up repositories or pull containers from somewhere or something like that. You install some tools, and then you're up and running. It shouldn't be much more difficult than this. Another important goal. So on the services, what do we actually run? Well, I think this is the list of services that we have on a very high level. It's simplified, but we have Apache, we have Candlepin, Foreman, and I'll go into detail a bit later. This is in alphabetical order. Also, Pulp, technically speaking, is 2 web services. It has workers. Foreman has workers, so this is not a complete list. I borrowed from Evgeny's diagram, and the lines are not visible, but this is sort of everything talks to everything, and this is what we need to do eventually. So it's a lot of moving pieces. And yeah, how do we start with that? One thing we had initially, I gave all these pieces. For example, can we containerize Candlepin just by this? And then wrap that in a container, replace the existing service with that, and sort of move out components. And that's initially what we started as well, and that's sort of our approach. Maybe big question, why would we succeed now? We tried in the past, we didn't succeed. There's many risks. It's a complex task, especially if we want to migrate the majority of the community. So that's something we do keep in mind. This is only a success if the majority of the community adopts it and likes it. So that's something we do want. So if in the end, if you have feedback, thoughts, I love to hear that, because that's, if we build something that's nobody going to use, then it's pointless and it's all wasted effort. So at the end, judge at my presentation, and maybe you can say, yes, you will succeed, or no, you won't, and let me know. So, how? First, some references. So I mentioned the meeting we had in December 2023 as a team. Eric took those notes and sort of wrote up an RFC on how we want to approach this. The top link, I will share the slides at the end with the links. That's the RFC that described the general plan, the general vision. Then Evgeny did a presentation in at Configuration Management Camp. Well, here we are. I'm sort of following up on that. Also the method, how we're going to do it. Well, we're going to do a few steps. We're going to research, we're going to build something, we're going to document it, and we go back to step 1 and sort of iterate and iterate. And I explicitly mentioned documentation because what I've learned in the past years, where I started to work a lot closer with the documentation team, documentation is a great way to validate what you've done. If you write some code, you might sort of know how it works, but then if you see the documentation with all the steps that the user needs to take, it can be this shock, like, this is horrible. Why would anyone do this? So you can go back to your code and sort of work your way back and say, well, if we do this, can we make it easier? Can we remove steps and make it better? And that's sort of, documentation is a great way to reflect as an engineer, to step back from the code to bring you back to the user level. So research, where we started. We started with let's throw everything away and start fresh. That was just clean slate. if you wouldn't have anything before, then where do we start? But then we thought, well, actually the RPM packaging is pretty good. It won't be perfect, but it does give you a quick overview of what you have. For example, you probably could look at SBOMs and sort of the source bill of materials, what's actually in those containers. That's probably what we gain with using RPMs. Also, we already have it, so we can leverage it. And if people want to switch over later on, you still have the same things you build on. So this is a more iterative approach. It helped a lot. We want to make it work with Podman. More on that later. And Kubernetes or OpenShift will come somewhere, maybe. We'll see. Obviously, it can run with any OCI runtime. If you want to use Docker instead of Podman, that's probably also, you can make it work. But this is our focus. Yeah, so why Podman? Well, like I mentioned, we still need that one VM to run everything. Podman makes that possible. You don't need a complex container platform. Podman is actually pretty good at that these days. Since version 5.0, there's very good systemd integration. That makes it actually really easy. And Podman 5.0 is in CentOS Stream 9, Debian 13 will have it, and Ubuntu 24.10 has it. So actually something we can use pretty soon or already, which is good. It can actually consume Kubernetes YAML as well, as this is how we run a server. It can load that, and that might be nice if we don't want to support Kubernetes in the end. So some things that at least sound to us very promising. So we started to experiment with that, and like I mentioned, it has good systemd integration. So you write a .container file, just like you're used to with .service files. It's an ini file. Basically, you point to it, you give a description, and on the container you say, well, here's this image I want to run. You can mount volumes if you want. You can mount a network. You can mount secrets into it. And there's also the part here you want to install by default and run it on every service. And then you can just do systemctl start myservice.service. And it will on the fly generate the right .service file for you. And that makes it very, very easy to drop in and sort of from a sysadmin perspective, it's just systemd you interact with. It's very transparent. And this is something we thought this is going to be the foundation on our effort and what we're going to do. So back to the services. I'm first going to focus on the ones that we own. So I'm going to ignore the auxiliary services. So just those. How do we package that? Because that's our responsibility. There's containers for Postgres, there's containers for Redis, but these ones we need to take care of. So what we decided on is we have 3 repositories, Candlepin, Foreman, and Pulp, OCI images, those all 3. That's where we try to have a container file. There's some tooling like a makefile, how you build it, how you publish it. We're looking at how you do tags, etc. There's README, and like I said, initially RPM based. And for note, Foreman also contains Foreman proxy, so that we sort of thought they have the same release cycle. We combine those. We'll see in the end if we want to migrate to a single repository or if 3 is actually better. But for now, we thought this is the place we start. So for Candlepin, basically it comes down to this. Basically pull the CentOS image, install Candlepin, and define what you want to start. This is our first version. It's slightly simplified, but basically this will work when you start. Yeah, that's in the future we might move to source containers, because today we are the only ones who consume Candlepin RPMs. So we might move to source containers, but in the end it should be transparent to the user because they still get the same container. But that's useless without configuration. So our initial approach was to mount configuration files. Basically, as you can mount in configuration files and say in such etc says Tomcat, there should be a tomcat.conf file, and sort of take it outside the container. That works, but it's sort of a leaky abstraction because let's say we upgrade to a major version of Tomcat, and Tomcat changes the configuration file. Now you have basically 2 different worlds where they need to be in sync. So we really want to move to environment variables as the way to configure everything. And many servers already support that, but some don't. Some actually need an XML file, and you don't have that. there's actually a interesting tool, msubst, in the getText suite. It's basically minimal templating where it replaces environment variables in a file. And if you define that as your start command, you can sort of take in environment variables, write the configuration to disk in the right way, and now you have environment variables for your thing that doesn't support it. And in the end, that's where I would like to land. So we have the, for example, candlepin. You have what I want to end up with is a README, a list of environment variables that you can tune, and that's your API essentially. Because that's also something I really liked about Puppet classes. This is my API, this is how I define it, and this is what you can tune, nothing else. And that makes it easy to support. And you can do major version upgrades internally as long as they sort of guarantee that same API. And we'll see how well it works in practice, but I think for now it's sort of promising where we want to end up. But moving on to Foreman itself. Foreman has plugins, and plugins and containers are contradictory because containers you build them once, and then how can you plug something in that you built once? So that's a challenge we need to solve because I think plugins are very, very useful. It allows some things to iterate faster, but containers are also nice. And how do you unify those? That was one challenge we had, and I noticed that, for example, this course, they have this step, they're also a Rails-based application, and you can actually have plugins there too. But what they did is basically they have an entire build step integrated into the deployment, where they basically rebuild containers with all the plugins you need. I'm not sure I like that very much, because anything you build can also break, and it doesn't give you CI and all those kind of things. So we actually decided with a different approach. We want to try use Bundler you include all the plugins, but then at runtime, Bundler will decide for you which plugin is actually activated. For now, it's mostly theory, like how well will it work in practice, but our idea is to apply this. Maybe we can also end up with Bundler groups. That's something we need to try in practice, but this is our current theory that hopefully will get us there. So our current plan is to build 3 containers, one vanilla, that's just Foreman, no plugin whatsoever. Then we also have a base set of plugins, and then we have Catello, which basically mirrors what we have currently in our RPM repositories. We have one core Foreman repository, we have one plugin repository, and then there's Catello. But maybe one big container that has everything is also good enough. We should try and practice what people like and what they don't like. But we do know that some people have their own plugins. I know there are some people or some users who've written in-house plugins, and we can never ship those. So we need to make it easy for them to do this as well and build their own containers. They will hopefully they can take a source container or a base container and then build on that and add their own plugins in the same way we do it. We must support that, I think, for the ecosystem. So some to-do item, but we are very much aware of this challenge. Another big topic, the Foreman proxy. I think Foreman proxy is also a difficult one because of naming. We have Foreman proxy, we have smart proxy. Downstream Red Hat also calls it capsule, and naming is hard. So I want to use this opportunity as well to sort of elaborate a bit on what smart proxy or Foreman proxy is. The way I see it is smart proxy is a generic concept. It's like the interface. It defines an API that you can use. And Foreman proxy is our default implementation. It's written in Ruby. But smart proxy is really a generic concept. What it gives Foreman is service discovery. You can plug in smart proxies to add functionality and figure out which services are where. So that's an important component. And it provides a REST API for services. And in a standardized way. Some services might not have one. For example, when we started, we still have ISC DSPD support. It doesn't have a REST interface, but Foreman needs one. So the smart proxy is sort of encapsulating and providing that facade. And if you have that already, then we can also generalize it. So for DSP, there are a few different providers. There's an inflow blocks provider, there's the ISC DSPD, but ISC DSPD is end of life. So ISC key is the replacement. So we can write a new provider for that and sort of plug it in. And to Foreman, it's all transparent. It's just as long as the REST interface is implemented, it works. Also, luckily these days Puppet has a REST API, but when we started it didn't. So we actually wrote our own parser in the smart proxy that sort of extracted all the classes. And when there was Puppet server with proper API, we switched over and it was all transparent to the Foreman installation itself. So it's moving out of a lot of complexity from the Foreman into the Foreman proxy. And that's at least what I always see as the value of it. So it's really a proxy for Foreman. It's not for user, or less for user, it's more for Foreman itself. And to do that, like Foreman itself, because Foreman is pluggable, we also have plugins here. But there's the question to proxy or not to proxy. And what I mean by that is Pulp is sort of this weird one. And so you have Foreman, you have Foreman proxy and Pulp. And Catello, for historical reasons, I won't want to get into details, but actually doesn't really use the Foreman proxy as a proxy. It sort of asks the proxy, where is Pulp? And then connects to Pulp. And yeah, that's not really great, right? It's complex and more complex than it needs to be. But it still leverages the service discovery of the Foreman proxy. So there's at least that. But remember when I said that smart proxy is a more generic concept. So something I've been talking about for a long time is we should have more implementations. So today we have smart proxy Pulp, but a few years ago I thought I want to talk about the smart proxy, what smart proxy is. So I wrote a basic Python implementation of that. That's basically a set of commits that starts with nothing, then adds all the APIs that you need to implement, and then you have smart proxy. So and Pulp has plugins. Can we write a Pulp plugin that behaves like a smart proxy? And now we don't need that indirection anymore. We actually register the Pulp directly as a smart proxy, and it knows it. And what's great about, or what I think is great about that, we can actually deploy Pulp standalone. You could already decide to deploy Pulp in Kubernetes somewhere and scale it out there, separate from your Foreman, and that's where I would like to go. And this makes it easier because you don't have this Ruby process and this Python process. It's just one Python installation. So this is something that we want to develop more with the containerization. And we might have more in the future. Shim actually experimented with this, and he wrote a basically let Nginx behave like a smart proxy and register itself because just a few JSON returns. That can work as well. It's really not that complex. So we are breaking down that this is your, or at least in Satellite we have the capsule concept, which is really, this is Pulp and some other service, and that's really it. And with this, we're going to break that down into, actually the smart proxy is different parts and it's somewhere in your infrastructure and you can find it. So we will see in practice how people like this, but it's something that we definitely want to experiment with. I've been pushing heavy on this. If it doesn't work, blame me. So those are the things we care about that we do ourselves. But it's also interesting to look at the auxiliary services because they are also important. So Apache is a special one because you have the configuration of the ciphers and protocols, and at least with RPM-based deployments, we now build on crypto policies, which is basically the Red Hat, the RHEL version of I want to centrally on this server manage all the protocol as TLS protocols, ciphers that are allowed, and if you want to switch what you support, you do it in one place for the whole server, and all the servers should listen to that. But that's really at odds with a container that's its own thing. So that's one problem. Then we also have external authentication. With Kerberos, you actually want to be in a domain, and a container and domain already feels weird. With OIDC, we also have some integration with Apache. It's a bit tight, so we said, okay, we're going to ignore this problem for now. We're going to put this away and revisit it later. We'll keep this as on the host, and that's hopefully good enough. But in the future, we want to make this a more optional component. If you move to Kubernetes, you also want to support other ingress methods. And that means maybe OIDC needs to be implemented in Foreman itself instead of in Apache. Some architectural changes that we might need to apply as well. And on the database side, we had a plugin for, or for Postgres with a custom extension, Postgres EVR. For those of you who don't know, EVR stands for Epoch Version Release, which is how RPMs are versioned. And this was basically a few set of methods to quickly have a database column that you can sort with native SQL, which make it it's easier. But now we always needed this install this RPM, and that also meant you try to your Postgres installation. We actually got rid of it now in I think Foreman 3.14, but please don't ping the exact version. We actually changed into the catalog migrations will ensure the right definitions are there. There's no more extension on the host level, which means we have a stock Postgres, which is great for containers. You can use a stock container. We don't need to maintain it. But also, if you support external Postgres, if you want to deploy in some managed environment where someone else runs your Postgres, well, suddenly that becomes quite easy. You don't need this special server you maintain yourself, but imagine for example, if you run in Amazon, maybe you want to use RDS as a service, or in Azure, or maybe your own infrastructure team has managed Postgres servers, and you can use those. That's what we wanted to do. Keep it simple. So we are sort of ready for that. Redis is also stock. There's nothing special in it, so that should be pretty easy. So basically what we end up is with, well, there's Apache as a system server still, but all the rest, they're container files. And that's what you need to assemble. And hopefully this will work. This is still a bit less complex in reality because Pulp actually has Pulp API and Pulp content. Foreman also has workers. Pulp has workers, but those are also containers. So how do we actually deploy this? We came up with a new tool, Foreman CTL. We use a library we wrote called Opzag, and I'm checking my Czech pronunciation. Okay. So Opzag is sort of, if you have, it wraps Ansible collections and makes a nice CLI around it. The same thing we have with Puppet, we have CAFO. We wrote basically the same thing because we already did that for our packaging. In the RPM packaging, we wrote some tooling that's basically Ansible playbooks that we run through to make our packaging easier. So our pipelines run the same things, and this now presents basically, this is how we build a CLI on top of Ansible collections. We had that, we extended it, we added type checking, we added sort of more validation options, but we just had a library we already had written, we can use it. Something I also want to do more with this single tool is we had Foreman installer, we had Foreman maintain, but you used installer also to upgrade, and that caused some confusion every now and then. And I really want to sort of make this the one tool that is there, and people think, I always use this tool to both do changes to it, I do upgrades, I do maintenance, and we'll probably end up with subcommands like there's a Foreman CTL deploy, but also Foreman CTL, well, health check or whatever, backup or those kind of things. And this is hopefully going to be sort of our new entry point. So that's, well, are we there yet? Well, no, not really. We have a proof of concept right now. It does basic deployments of the entire stack. It does the entire catalog deployment. We have some CI, so it deploys it. It then also verifies it. It can sync content, and if any time you submit a PR to our Foreman CTL repository, it runs that whole installation, and we verify it can actually deploy. We're working on some things still. For example, migrations, we haven't started with that, but it needs to happen. If people adopt, they need a migration tool. So the likely path is we're going to convert installer answers to the new style. So if you used installer in the past, then we can say, well, okay, we're going to do a seamless upgrade to the new tool, and or if it mismatches, well, maybe we'll yell at you, but we don't know yet. But then there's also custom Hira. People can sort of provide data answers in Hira, and I think that's mostly just going to be a big warning. You use Hira, you might break things, or we might break things. So that's something we will find out in practice how that works. And we're looking for community feedback once we get to the point we actually do this. But the other one is upgrades. And what I mean by that, at some point we're going to deploy the initial installation and do it with containers, but at some point a new Foreman version comes out and you need to upgrade. How do you do that? Because if people don't upgrade, it's going to be awkward. Our plan is initially we do some things in Foreman CTL. Why did it not move the slide? Somehow it's not. Could be. Well, I don't have that much text on slides, and I'll just keep talking, and you can listen and imagine. So initially, the plan is to do Foreman CTL upgrades. So because we have still a lot of ties to configuration files, like we said, we mount things in, so we probably have that strong ties and it's doing things. But eventually, Foreman has an auto upgrade command where you can actually pull in containers. If you build in health checks, it will do the health check, and it can actually do a rollback for you if you want, if it fails to deploy. And maybe that's a feature we can support. But yeah, ideas and practice, we're not there yet. My whole tool sort of broke down. So we have the build process. That's also a big thing, because if you deploy containers, in the morning, for those of you who were at Foxconn, Robert already talked about, you need to rebuild because CVEs do show up in containers, and suddenly you ship basically the whole OS. So we need to make that easy to do. It needs to be automated, because if you cannot respond quickly and you're going to deploy that in critical customer environments, you need to respond quickly. So we need to figure that out. We don't know yet how, but we'll see. So I think I'm at time, actually, and also my slide says questions, so believe me, it says questions. So yeah, I've talked for a long time. Any questions?
This should also be a second screen now, so you could switch back. Don't think.
In regard of the web server, have you thought about using Traffic instead of Apache because it's a web server made for containers?
Well, that's sort of the point. Today we are not made for containers. We have external authentication built into Apache. Apache does that, so it's not a trivial configuration. In the future we might want to make it more generic, but today we're not there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know if I need it. I can talk freely.
It's for the stream.
It's for the stream. Okay. Are you worried about this kind of conversation? So I'm product management, and we have this one really important big customer, and they don't do containers because it's their policy. They're not going to do containers, so we can't do containers.
I'm not worried because it's sort of, you can see it coming. We don't know yet, but initially, since we're using RPMs, we can continue to support RPMs because it's the same pipeline. But eventually, if we want to move to source containers, that might be harder. So at some point, it might become a problem. We need to talk and figure it out.
Anyone else?
Oh.
Hello. Chat says, will the containers be a reproducible build?
Eventually. No, I think they should actually have pretty good reproducibility because we use RPM, so it's pretty well defined what you're going to install. On the other hand, the question is then, are the RPMs themselves reproducible? It's not a focus right now, but I think it's a good thing to have eventually. So at least, initially I want to provide just clarity what's in there, so you can at least inspect what you have, and reproducibility eventually may be nice, but also if people want to help with that, then always welcome. It's not a goal right now, but also not opposed to it.
You keep talking about, or it seems like you're implying you're going to deprecate RPMs. Is that right?
It's one option. So I already mentioned with the kernel pin team. Currently, we're the only consumer of RPMs. So if we don't need them, then they prefer not to build them.
Yeah.
Also, the pulp teams themselves, they don't do RPM packaging. We do all the RPM packaging for the pulp team, because we need it.
I guess my follow-up question is then how do you yourself install it in the container if you don't have packages anymore? Is it
then they might become source-based containers where you do bundle install basically, or NPM. Well, luckily we don't have JavaScript servers, but there's some JavaScript front end, so you need that, and that's where we might eventually go. But I hope it will be a long time in the future, not soon. Because I do like RPM packaging.
Yeah. It is always nice with the RPM or packaging manager of any kind. So
yeah.
I was just curious about that.
So I saw something about pulp OCI images, and my question is, those exist, or are you talking about building your own with pulp RPM based in a new? Yeah. Okay.
So right now we install the RPMs we want. So it's an RPM based container, it's not the one from pulp. We have our own, but we do want, and we also have their own plugin that's not shipped by them in their containers. So we need to build our own containers anyway. But if we define in the end, like this is how you use our container, this is how we also, I didn't write down the whole thoughts we have around versioning, but we do think about, if we tag all the Foreman, for example, also the pulp containers with Foreman-x.y, then the upgrade becomes pull of x.y plus 1. So we think that in container tagging, we have some upgrade plans as well to make it easier. And that's why we probably want to always build ourselves. But eventually it might become from pulp, and then we add some things on top of that, and that becomes our container. So yes, initially RPMs, but in the future we might leverage more existing work already. Behind you.
So I know there's something like Puppet ENC, and I think the README also mentions it's not supported any longer by the Foreman team. Do you still plan to do that also in the containers or not?
Where does it say we don't support that?
I think it is written in the README of the, I think it's only one Ruby file which is copied into the Puppet agent, I think, something like that.
It's no longer developed by the Rapid guys.
No, well, it still kind of is. So it is. I don't know where it says we don't support it because it's still supported.
Okay.
If you do find it, please let me know. So the way we have a Puppet server Foreman. That's where we maintain that script and also the report processor, and have some Puppet modules to sort of deploy it in the right places. That should still be sort of working. Basically, the way it works is calls the Foreman API, and the Foreman returns the ENC, and it's really that. It's simply that plus it uploads facts, and it sends reports. It does authentication, but it's really trivial. The simple one. The more complex one, for example, Tim also wrote a separate server, so you can actually have more monitoring mode as well, and those are more the complex parts, but in the end it's mostly just call this REST API here and pass it back to send it out. So a simple implementation is also not hard to maintain.
Okay.
So looks like we have no further questions. So thank you, Eva, for your talk.
Thank you.
And of course, also thank you for all the hard work. And the next hard-working guys will be from the documentation team. So Maximilian and Anita, please come and do your talk. So they are also becoming regulars. So it's the same, well, similar last year, so we will now get also an update from the documentation team and be prepared. They will ask for feedback.
Do you want this or?
What to do when you have two speakers? Should we
just hang it around and speak. It's just getting the audio, and then I would hand this to Maximilian, or you could switch the other way around, because we always just have those two microphones.
This is fun.
So we get that one, okay.
Yeah.
You get the fun one.
Might need some time to.
Then I have to do more introduction.
But I need internet for this.
Yeah, here. Here.
No, I'm okay. I will just. So I'm not getting the presentation quite yet. Might need to use the other Wi-Fi.
Yes. I just took this so I can do a short introduction, because I'm not sure how they will cut the video afterwards. So we can completely remove this gap. Okay. No problem at all.
With your stand-up routine. Your stand-up routine.
No bad jokes. I have to keep all those bad jokes for my talks. No. And I also want to get Leonard to dance. No.
It's quite small, and I don't know how to relay them.
So typically explanation, my dog ate my homework.
Nice.
Okay.
We don't have the speakers notes yet.
So, Maximilian, just say when you are ready.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite yet.
No problem.
If you turn on the slideshow mode,
Sorry?
the slideshow mode, that might turn on the speaker note, right? Because this is not the slideshow mode. Yeah, that's the window. We need, yeah, and now we need speaker notes.
And now move the small one to the other screen. No worries, we are all no professional speakers. It's totally fine.
Is
that okay?
Increase the font size.
Yeah.
Cool, yes. Maybe maximize the window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes. Cool.
So,
Full screen? I think this seems to work. Let's keep it this way. Let's not try to improve it.
so
Don't fix it. So.
Welcome now on the stage Maximilian and Anita, both technical writers, one from ATIX, one from Red Hat, and they are helping users since 2019.
Well, thank you for having us, and happy birthday, Foreman. We are here today to talk about what has happened in the documentation team world since the last birthday. My name is Anita. I'm a technical writer with Red Hat, and I've been on the Foreman team for the past 2 years, although I have been with Red Hat for almost 11 years. Before, I was working on a product called Red Hat Identity Management, which has its upstream project named FreeIPA. But on FreeIPA, the upstream community did not involve technical writers. We did not write the documentation for upstream, only downstream. And that's one thing that I appreciate very much while working on Foreman. Here, writers are part of the upstream community.
Yeah, hi, I'm Max. I'm also a technical writer. I work for ATIX, and I've been with ATIX for about 5.5 years now. And yeah, I'm mostly working on the upstream and downstream documentation.
So in my experience, the Foreman community really values its documentation. You guys know why it matters to have great docs. But let's start with exactly that anyway, why documentation matters. At Red Hat, documentation is an important factor in product adoption. Customers, when evaluating a product, they look at the documentation. If they like what they see, if they think that the product will be easy enough to use, that it has the features they need, they might decide to buy. If they don't like the docs, but they like the docs of a competitor, they might sign a deal with them.
Yeah, the same is true for ATIX and also, of course, for the upstream community. So it's important to have docs that users can follow.
And we are here today presenting on behalf of the whole documentation team. So it's not just the two of us, we're just speaking for the whole group. And what we will actually talk about today. We will start by introducing the documentation community, so who the docs team people are. Then we will proceed to the core of the talk, which is to give our annual status update, what interesting things we've managed to accomplish in the past year. And then we'll explain how anyone, including you, can contribute. So at the previous birthday event, we gave an overview of how the documentation community came to be. If you want to know more about that, please look up the slides from last year, because this year we'll keep it a bit shorter. It's still us working on the docs. This is the core team, so writers from ATIX and Red Hat. But the reason why the documentation community is so successful is also there are other contributors. There are engineers. We always love to see PRs from the user base. That's always great. And then there's all those people who don't write the docs, but they review the docs, which is also important. So by coming together, we're able to do what we do, deliver good documentation for the Foreman community. We hold monthly triage meetings. Right now, it's, I think, the second Thursday every month. It takes about half an hour. Most of the time, what we do there is triage our open PRs and issues to make sure that everything is progressing nicely. But if you have a topic that you want to talk about, just come join us, come meet us. It's open for everyone, and we can always talk about anything that you find interesting. And yeah, as you can see, we've been making really steady progress. We're submitting a lot of PRs. Maximilian did the math, and I think it amounts to almost 5 PRs per working day being open, which I think is pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. And we do have PRs for everybody. So now let's talk about what great things we do with those PRs. Do you want to keep that one, or do you want this one?
No, I will keep this one. So the first success story that I want to share today is about rolling content views. So my colleagues Quirin and Manisha will give a talk on it later on as well. I think they will go into more technical detail, but I will tell the story from a writer's perspective, basically. Annette and Dominika, you gave a talk at the DevConf this year. And if you haven't seen it yet, go check it out afterwards. But the gist is, if you start something new, try to involve everybody early on, and that includes, well, writers. And this was exactly what happened here. I'm not saying this is the key part that made this story a success, but yeah, I was just happy to be part of it. And so with the rolling content views, I had access to pretty early internal deployments, and therefore the collaboration was very easy. So between coding, between testing, and then documenting. And as I first had a chance to explore the new feature, I started working on documentation for it, and had a look at the eventual user workflows. And overall, this was a very very nice path to go and to collaborate. So what is rolling content views? I think I will just make it very, very short because of the follow-up talk. So content view versions, basically named snapshots of repositories, and then the special library lifecycle environment is the latest synchronized content, and then rolling content view in combination with SCA, where you then have a need for this, is basically an option to provide content to registered hosts that can consume the latest content that you have on your Foreman server, but limited to a specific list or set of repositories. And I think, not sure if it's okay, but I think it's using Foreman and Catello without most of the mental Catello overhead, so to speak, because you have a lot less work doing content management if you use rolling content views. This is what it looks like, just a quick screenshot. As you can see, some tabs on the content views are missing. This is the basic idea of the rolling content views, but more on that later. And then something else that was also where everybody was also part of this story when it was developed. So testing and documentation next to the engineers that implemented it was the thought about synchronizing only a specific set of content to smart proxy servers, and with rolling content views in lifecycle environments. You can, if there is a need in your organization, you can limit the content that gets synchronized from Foreman server to smart proxy servers without having to synchronize the whole library environment. But this is basically just a spoiler on what else is to come. And with that, I'm handing over.
Okay, thanks. So this is the second success story of today that we want to present. And this one is all about the upgrading guide. And it started with Red Hat customers being unhappy about their upgrading experience. They found the process to be confusing, complex. They were making a lot of mistakes. As a result, they were reluctant to start upgrading at all. And they were opening many support cases because of unsuccessful upgrades. And all of this, that suboptimal user experience, led to our product experience and engineering teams to discuss possible solutions. One of those solutions was, let's write a script that would upgrade across multiple versions so that users wouldn't have to do it themselves, which, okay. Then somebody else had another idea, which is when my clicky thing stops working. Okay. Great. And okay, nope. This is not what I wanted to show. We skipped a few. Okay. So this is when somebody had an idea. Well, why don't we just try fixing the docs? If people find the process confusing, complex, and they don't know what to do, documentation might be the first place to look at. And it made sense, actually, because there were quite a few issues with that upgrading guide, which is normal, because whenever a document exists for years, in this case it was maybe like 10 years, we found really some old stuff there, issues accumulate. There might be workarounds that were added several years ago, and then people forgot to remove those workarounds when they were not necessary anymore. Or when somebody requested a quick fix to be added to the guide, that quick fix was added to the first place that came to mind, maybe sometimes 2 or 3 different places, just in case. And that all ends up, cluttering the guide. So that's what we started with. For every single line in that upgrading guide, we asked ourselves, is it helpful here? Is it still relevant? Do we have to keep it here? Or is it actually making things more complicated? Is it making the user experience worse? And if you can't exactly imagine what that looks like in the documentation world, I have a real-life example for you. This is what my garden shed looked like for years. I knew that this was a problem, but I did my best to ignore it because I didn't have time to deal with it. Whenever I went in to find something, I felt like I was risking my life because it all could collapse on me anytime. And then one day I just decided to do something about it, and this is what it looks like now. This is exactly what happened with our upgrading guide. We found things that were not useful, so we threw them out. We found a good place for the things that we still needed, and we swept the proverbial floor a little bit. So, for example, when we found an action item in that guide that was mentioned 3 times at different places, we thought that, well, maybe if the users need to do it only once, maybe we can also document it only once in the place where the users will actually need it. The same thing with the workarounds that I mentioned. If they're obsolete, no need to have them there. And also, some of the procedures were really long and complex, so we found a way to group the related steps together so that it's easier to read and follow. Now, this took several PRs, and this is an example of one of those PRs, which, as you can see, removes 117 lines, which I think is pretty good. And it took about 40 days from opening the first PR to closing the last one, which also I think is really impressive in the documentation world because, as I mentioned before, an effort like this takes the collaboration of many people. We had to pull in people from different components, different teams for reviews and so on. So I think that 40 days is a pretty good result. And, well, to be honest, like the new simplified upgrade guide won't stay that way for long, just like that garden shed. It will get cluttered all over again in like 2 or 3 months in case of the garden shed. I do hope that the guide will stay cleaner for longer. But still, it's currently available for nightly. So if you want to take a look, or next time you upgrade to a latest version, maybe you can give us some feedback. We would love to hear that. And I think that's it for this success story. And yeah, you get the next one.
Thank you. So the next one is integrating the provisioning infrastructure services guide, which we reworked. First of all, shout out to Mark, who mostly drove this effort and opened several PRs and that was very cool. I listed, so how did we get there first? So the initial need was to split and restructure content. We had various guides, so for example, the installing Foreman and Catello server guide, or the installing a smart proxy server guide, and they all had bits and pieces, as well as the provisioning hosts guide, and we identified a need to restructure this and rework it, and yeah, this in the end allowed us to consolidate the content that was spread across multiple guides. And with this success story, I want to basically walk you through the story, the progress that we made. We split it into several PRs. So the first one, those are sorted by date that we merged them. The first one was relatively straightforward. It was just adding a new guide, which then simplified upstream and downstream previews when we add and modify content, when we extend this skeleton, basically. Then the second PR, it was the largest one, named Move DNS, DHCP, and TFTP content. That was all about restructuring it, moving it, fixing many, many minor issues along the way. And the process started on a whiteboard, and then we ended up on a merged GitHub pull request with over 400 comments. So yes, it was quite a process, but that was not the end yet. Afterwards, we renamed it. That also meant we had a new URL where the guide is to be found. It has a more neutral name in case we want to extend it in the future. And then this is the fourth PR, one of the follow-up tasks that we identified that we kind of split out from the third PR, the largest one, was adding better introductions. So some concepts did not have any introduction at all, so no explanation why a user should basically continue reading and continue following the procedures that are to follow, or that are to come. Yeah, and the last follow-up was also to improve the user experience with this new guide. We identified during the restructuring that some procedures had over 40 steps. So that is not the best user experience if your documentation says, yeah, do this, and then 39 more items to do. So we also focused on those, reworked those as best as we can. About the content itself, so it's split into 3 parts. The first part, configuring DNS integration. This is about the automated creation and the management of DNS records when you provision hosts, but also when you modify hosts and when you decommission hosts. The second part is about the management of IP leases and boot configurations when you provision hosts. And the third part, the TFTP integration, is about providing OS content when you provision hosts and the operating system is installed in an unattended way. And from the structure of all 3 parts, they're kind of similar. So the first one is about something that is managed by the Foreman installer. And then afterwards, there are also other local self-managed or remote or smart proxy plugin-based options documented. So users can see what fits their environment best. This is about it, and I'm handing back over to you.
So those were our success stories, and now we'll proceed to talking about the things that are currently ongoing and that you can provide your input to if you want to. So the first work in progress project originated with Red Hat's downstream initiative, downstream documentation plans that upstream will certainly benefit from too. It's about refactoring high impact documentation. And if you're anything like me, you have two questions in your heads right now. What is refactoring in documentation and what is high impact documentation in Foreman? So let's start with those. Refactoring in the documentation world means that you are re-evaluating your docs without actually adding any new descriptions, any new functionality. So you're trying to improve the documentation experience by simplifying things, for example. Making sure that the documentation experience is as smooth as possible. Specifically, this means moving things around to a better place where users might actually look for it, or it can mean just a basic cleanup, removing obsolete things. It can also mean increasing efficiency, so really making sure that things are explained as clearly as needed. And again, if you remember that upgrading guide project that I talked about, this is basically it too. We want to do the same thing, but for more guides. So, and because Foreman has a lot of documentation, and I mean a lot, we can't do it for everything, which is where the high impact part comes in. Now, downstream, we identified these guides as the high impact ones. And that's based on customer data, on how often customers access these documents. These are the ones that people read the most. And it makes sense for upstream too, because, for example, installing and upgrading, that's something that everybody needs to do, or at least installing, you know. And planning comes even before that. Planning is when our planning guide explains what Foreman can do for you, and it actually gives an overview of the deployment process that you will have to go through if you decide to install it. So that's why choosing these makes sense. And these are the guides that will receive the most attention from us. It doesn't mean that we will start ignoring everything else. And it does not mean that we will completely forget about adding new features. It's just that we will be submitting much more PRs that look at improving what we already have, and not as many about adding new things. And it will take some effort to balance all of this, but if we do it right, we are quite confident that we will be able to give users even better documentation than we do now. And I think this is for you again.
Yes, the Foreman manual. So, yeah, this is still one of the major goals that we have, but yes, we are still working on it. It's quite of an important goal. So the idea is we want to unify the efforts in writing and then maintaining documentation. So there's the docs, the Foreman org, which is Foreman documentation, and then there's the Foreman manual, which is part of the foreman.org repository. And up until now, docs, the Foreman org is only the official documentation for Catello, so Foreman with Catello, but not yet for Foreman on Enterprise Linux or Foreman on Debian. And this is something that we want to change eventually. It's a really big task, and yes, we are still working on it. I believe we presented this last year as well, and yeah, came up with some excuses in the meantime, basically. So why is it still in progress, and how to help, how to move this forward? So I think why is it still in progress? It's just such a huge task. So we have a milestone on GitHub, and I'm not even sure if it's a bad thing, but we keep adding issues to it. So we keep noticing things that are just not quite right, especially for the Foreman on Debian, for example, or Foreman on Enterprise Linux, where it's not even that clear when we assemble guides based on modules that there's no content available, and that immediately means you cannot show it for Foreman on Debian or Foreman on Enterprise. If you spot something like this, give us a ping, open an issue on GitHub, preferably with a URL, and then we can add or remove something. On the other hand, there's also action items in the GitHub milestone that are maybe not blocking making it official. So changing the documentation for Foreman. For example, there's one item about the UI of the website. Maybe we should think about moving this to making this a follow-up. And also from a very practical perspective, so the writers, they mostly have a Catalog or a Catalog-like environment to test procedures onto, to create documentation. So we don't always have infrastructure with a Foreman on Debian or Foreman on Enterprise Linux to test something quickly. Something to keep in mind, but yeah, if you open issues, we are very happy to work on this as well, and make sure this moves forward. Another thing which we also keep in mind is sometimes there are features that we document that depend on the platform, so on the operating system where Foreman runs on. So for example, SE Linux is something that you don't typically have on Debian or don't typically use. So yeah, you might still find some rough edges in documentation for Foreman on Debian, but we are definitely working on it.
So this is the final ongoing project that we're introducing today, and it revolves around Red Hat's plan to migrate to a different markup language for Red Hat's documentation. Now, currently, both upstream Foreman and downstream satellite documentation is written in the ASCII-Doc markup language, and Red Hat intends to migrate from ASCII-Doc to DITA XML. Now, if you're not familiar with what DITA looks like, this is it. Here, that's I can hear from the audience, that's very hitting. This is ASCII-Doc, and over there, that's DITA XML. So DITA, like any other XML language, uses labels and categorizes data, so that's one of the benefits. That's why people like to use it. And while it might look a bit scary at first sight or too complex, that really is at first sight only. It's not that bad. One of its advantages is that it's an open format. It's a standard format in the tech writing industry, and it can be implemented and edited in a variety of ways, which is one of the benefits that I wanted to highlight today. Now, the fact that Red Hat is migrating to DITA means that Red Hat's tooling and workflow will change, which will for sure impact our upstream-downstream collaboration as well. And that's why we want to do this as transparently as possible. There are a couple of places where you can get the latest updates. There is a community post that announced the intention, and that will include status updates. And we also have a GitHub milestone to track the related PRs and issues relevant for upstream. Now, our goal at Red Hat is to keep our collaboration thriving because we believe that it's mutually beneficial. We are looking into possible solutions for how to keep disruptions to a minimum. And while we are unable to present any of those solutions now, we welcome input and concerns and questions. So if you have any, please consider looking at these resources or just talk to us through any of the channels that we have available. And over to you again.
Part again. So concluding our presentation, we welcome every input. If you want to contribute something, if you provide code in the Foreman community, maybe you also want to extend the documentation to make it more accessible to users. So sometimes when you submit a PR, and we are often on both sides on this table at different times, it's not always, or it's sometimes hard, but I think especially in documentation, it's very easy to remember that a user relies on correct and nice documentation for Foreman and Catello. So especially the installation guide, this is something that they read without having a running Foreman and Catello. So we cannot mess up, we cannot have or we don't want to have a user with a bad user experience. And that's why we need to apply feedback and need to make sure that it conforms to certain conventions that we have in Foreman documentation. And yeah, it's never too late to document something. So if you find something that is missing or if there's something new, feel free to reach out to us, to come talk to us later, or just ping us on GitHub or the Matrix chat. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Do we have time for questions? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Since I've never talked to people writing for a living, technically, I might as well use that chance. I like documentation. I like good documentation. One thing I've struggled with over the years is to keep track of a piece of code that maps to a certain documentation. And is there some kind of framework or even tooling to kind of facilitate that more easily?
Because I'm more on the writing side than the code side. That's where the came from. Do you want to take this one, or do we have anyone who would like to take this?
I have one idea. So for me, it's called daily. So I work with the engineers at ATIX, and I just listen and keep track of what they're doing, and then try to think about, hey, do I have documentation for this? Yes or no? And do I need to adjust documentation for this? Yes or no? But unfortunately, I'm not aware of any technical solution that tells me, if you change this line of Ruby code in Foreman, you must ping the writers. That has not been invented yet.
I'm asking because often bad documentation is also a result of misalignment between code and the actual documentation. And sometimes you have pieces of documentation in 3 places, like you said, and that would have been more easily if you could track that piece of feature to those 3 places. That's just the background.
I am aware of teams where when you submit code, you're also required to submit documentation as part of that same PR. So that it might be a question of adjusting the process rather than having a tool. But that's just me, coming up with ideas on the spot.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's also testing. So if you write code and then you want to test what you've written, then you need to provide somebody that implements the test, something like, what is it? What do you expect from it? So yeah, I think it's a cultural thing.
I think Eva.
Yeah, so tooling-wise, recently I played with a framework called by TMT. It's written by some of the Red Hat engineers for RHEL, and it's more like test metadata. And it's really about sort of, here's a test, and it's about this user story, for example, where you explain why you have the test and sort of that level, but you can also have some references to this is where documented. And I thought I liked that approach where you, because the why, we also talk about it more often. Why do we have this code? And what do we intend to do with it? And sort of that documentation is more internal for a team as well. And that's what we also need to keep track. But to Max Miller's point, yes, it's also about culture. If you have your development team here and somewhere way on the other side of the country or the world even is your documentation team and they don't talk, you're going to have a bad time. So yeah, it's about culture, but also tooling should support that. And if you don't have that, then develop it.
Yeah, I was just going to add, you have it, of course, with like API docs, which are generated from the code. And there you have that very tight linking. And then some repositories, you have the documentation in the source repository that can help. And then you can do PRs that modify both. But everywhere else, it's a matter of culture, I guess.
Yeah, I just had a question about your release cycle of the documentation, because Audio Show were nightly every changes, and I had a question about if your release cycle is connected to the Foreman release cycle, or if you're disconnected from that.
No, ideally the documentation matches the code. So yes, we provide version documentation on docs.foreman.org, so you can select which version of Foreman you're running.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of cherry picking, which means somebody comes and tells us, hey, this new feature, and then you ask, is it new? Yeah, it was new in version this and that. And then we add it to nightly and then directly cherry pick it, which is totally okay, I would say, for documentation. It's not like you break or modify existing instances in the wild. It's just improving. Like the risk is very limited with doing frequent backports in the documentation. Yeah. And we make use of that feature a lot. Very great.
I was wondering, in the documentation that you've shown in the XML files, there were curly braces instead of the project name. Could it be that Foreman, Satellite, and Ocarina will sooner or later become the same documentation, so that it won't matter if I plan to upgrade Ocarina, that I don't have to go to the document manual page and then to the release notes in the support section? And so, because it's like you have multiple pages to find all necessary data to do the upgrade process. Is this some part that is going to be improved on?
So at first, we have 5 different build flavors in upstream documentation. Mm-hmm. Foreman on Enterprise Linux, Foreman on Debian, Catello. And then we have Satellite and Ocarina. And this means we have a single source where we collaborate on upstream and then use it in downstream products. Okay. But I'm not exactly sure which part of that, like, is it unclear where to find which documentation, or?
Yeah, so maybe if it's going to be unified, so you have, it won't matter in the future whether you go onto the Foreman page or on the Ocarina docs page, so you will basically find the same information on it.
I think this is more of a business answer, as in, okay, we share the upstream documentation, but then each downstream product is based on upstream, but there are various, well, sausage making, magic, I don't know what you want to call it, various things happening in between before we deliver it as a product. Of course. And I don't envision that to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's different products, so at least the names need to be different. There are some legal things around that need to be supplied for each product. So, of course.
Thank you.
Not all volumes are shipped downstream. Upstream has more, so you need to trim it down for just what's available for customers.
Finally.
2 points from YouTube. Number 1 is, Ioana says you did a great job on the presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also, I'm asked to ask you to ask the audience, who wants your awesome mugs?
We could ask who wants our awesome mugs, but we don't have any left. It would feel cruel.
That's good to know.
So, seems like every question is answered. So, thank you, Maximilian. Thank you, Anita, for your talk, and of course also for all the documentation. Next one is also already looking and heading into my direction. Next talk will be Nadja on the Form with Source Quota plugin. So just give her also some minutes to set up.
Paul ist dabei.
Das ist der von Bill. Ja. Also nicht einsteigen.
Müssen da keine Personen oder Figuren sein.
Welche Lösung ist denn das? Das gleiche mit Antwort? Habe ich natürlich nicht ausprobiert. Ein blöd, wenn das bleibt.
Aber stell dir jemanden vor, die ist Ich meine, das betrifft jetzt meine tägliche Arbeit auch nicht möglich, aber ich will mich auch nicht schlecht.
so viel anders schnell wie bei mir im Store.
Keine Ahnung.
Ja, guck, idealerweise kennst du idealerweise kennst du selber auch. Aber du hast jetzt also da sind
Schade.
So, Nadja is ready. Are you? For those talking in the back, Nadja is ready. We can start with the next talk.
Okay. I think we can start the next talk.
So, next talk will be from Nadja, who is actually attending her first community event this time. So, let's welcome her and listen to her talk, Foreman Resource Quota Plugin.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My name is Nadja Heidmann, as Dirk just said. I'm working at Artix AG as a software engineer. And I've been with Artix for almost 5 years, actually. But as Dirk just said, this is my first time being in person at a community event. So it's very cool to be here. And we have a plugin which we have developed at Artix, which is called the Foreman Resource Quota. And this was developed by my colleague Bastian. I somehow took it over recently. And I would like to show it to you and also to give a small demo about it. So as I said, I'm working at Artix. For those of you who don't know, who is Artix? Artix AG is a company close to Munich. We're based in Garching, and we offer some professional services. As you can see here, we have professional services and also trainings on Linux platform operations, infrastructure, automation, containers, DevOps, cloud-native solutions. And what we also have is technical problems. Okay. Two products. One is a quite new one. It's called Tanga. It's a Kubernetes cluster management product. And the other one is Ocarino. And Ocarino is our downstream enterprise product, which is based on Foreman. So here, this is where our engineering team and myself as part of the engineering team is coming into play. So what am I doing at Artix? So mostly contributing to Foreman plugins. So I did work in the Foreman Puppet plugin, Foreman Salt, Catalog Foreman. Actually, I've been maintainer of the Foreman Puppet plugin for quite some while, so maybe it will be the Foreman Open Box plugin in the future, who knows? And I've also worked on our own plugins. So we have the Foreman SCC Manager for SUSE content. We have the Foreman Resource Quota that I'm going to present. And those have CLI extensions, which I have worked on. And then I recently had my debut with smart proxy plugins as well. Yeah, so let's talk about resource quotas now. So what are resource quotas and why would we need those in Foreman? So here, this is a very simplified graph of the Foreman ecosystem. So in the center, we have our Foreman instance, and we have some users that are using this Foreman, and on the other side of the Foreman has some compute resources, which are here. This can be VMware, this can be libvirt, this can be Proxmox, whatever. And what can happen is that we have users, and the users are all working with Foreman, and they're accessing the same compute resource on this side. And then users are doing things like maybe deploying a lot of servers to increase their own production, in the best case. In a less pleasant scenario, maybe they would deploy some web crawlers, some game servers, some Bitcoin minings, who knows. And then maybe this was done by one user, then the other users also want to access the compute resource, and then it doesn't work because we are out of resources. So basically, the status quo right now is that we don't have a mechanism in Foreman to limit the resource consumption of individual users or user groups. And this is why we need resource quotas. So basically, what can we do with resource quotas? We can take control over the maximum amount of resources that can be consumed by users or by user groups. And this prevents single users, customers, employees, whoever to overconsume resources. And it also prevents abuse of resources. And also one important thing is that it guarantees fairness among the users that we have. If we say, okay, this is limited for one user, this, the other user has their share as well, and then there's a third user who has a share. And then we guarantee that there's no starvation of single users, and the system becomes more predictable. If I know how many resources, maximum resources a user can consume, then this gives me not only predictability, but also stability of a system, because nobody will eventually run out of resources. Yeah, so how does this look in Foreman? Okay. So how does this look in Foreman? So in Foreman, so we introduce the concept of defining a resource quota, basically. This is how it looks like, which we will also see in the demo. So you can enable limitation for different resource types. So we have CPU cores, we have memory, and we have disk space. You don't have to enable all of them. You can choose a set however you want it to be. And the control is per user or user group, so you can assign a resource quota to a specific user, and the user can use the pool of resources out of this quota. Then we have also implemented basically a different level of strictness. So you can say, okay, the assignment is optional, so you don't have to assign a quota when you deploy a host. Then when you deploy a host, you can say, okay, we enforce to use a quota. So the user has to choose a quota, or what you would probably do in a production environment is that when you have to assign a quota, and when this quota is actually full, you cannot deploy the host because you're out of resources. So here's an example what could happen when you're out of resources. And the supported compute resources that we have right now are VMware and libvirt. So let's talk a little bit about the internals. So as I said, when you create a host, you have to assign a resource quota. So when you create this host, you have to determine which resources or how many resources this host consumes. And then you can iterate over different attributes, for example, the compute resource or VM attributes. And there, until you get the right information, you do the iteration. And once you have all the information that you need, you can update the quota and see if you have still space on your quota or not. So, and we would update the quota, obviously, when you create a host, when you edit a host, or when you delete a host. You can also update the quota itself on demand, it's also possible. So just recalculating the resources, because what can happen is that you change the resources, actually not in Foreman, but on your compute resource themselves. So you go to VMware and then you assign more CPU cores, and your Foreman doesn't know about it. So you need also a mechanism which does the recalculation and an update. And this is something which is run via cron job. We have right now set it to run nightly, so at night, such that it won't disrupt the Foreman service. And yes, this is all quite theoretical. I would like to show it to you. Let's see if how that works. Just grab my mouse. Now I have to find my browser window. It's here. Now I have to drag it over here. Okay. Well, the resolution is not optimal, I would say. So what you're seeing here is a mock-up. It's called Forklift, so this is commonly used as a development environment in Foreman. Yeah. Okay, I think this should be fine, right? Okay, so I've logged in as admin user. And it's a bit tricky. In our resource quota plugin, we basically implemented a new tab, which is called resource quotas. And here you have some different quotas which are already there. So I have implemented those beforehand. The department ones, there's a special operation one. And we have one default quota, which is called unassigned quota. So there you have all the hosts which don't have a dedicated quota. And now we can create a new resource quota. So here we can enter a name. Okay. Oops. No, we don't want to enter something like this. Okay, let's maybe do it like this. New quota. Okay, we won't enter a description here, but of course we want to maybe enter some resources. So let's add some CPU cores. Maybe let's have whatever, 90, and we can leave out maybe memory, and we can add disk space. So can do whatever. 1024, and it doesn't have to be in gigabytes. It can also be in terabytes, and it can be in petabytes. So maybe choose terabytes for now. So there it is. We have a new resource quota. So I have used some resource quotas already, so I won't deploy any new hosts in the demo because I'm not connected to my compute resources. But I have done some experiments before, so we can just look at it. So there is the quota which has already been used. And here on the top side, you can see some properties. So you can see the number of assigned hosts. You can see that the user also is using this quota. And here you can see, we have a CPU core limit. So it's 60. We have 20 cores, so not too much. But we have 3 hosts. 12 cores are already used up. And down here, there's 9 gigabytes out of 4, so this won't work, so we should not be able to deploy a host if we set it properly. So let's look how it looks like from a user perspective, basically. So I'm an admin user here, and I have some users. So I have prepared some users. I have prepared a member user, and I have prepared a special person user. And the member user can do things. So let's see what he can do. So he has roles, so he can edit and can view hosts. And it's also part of the test members user group. And this is interesting in our resource quota tab. So the resource quota plugin adds a new tab here. And you can choose your existing quotas and assign them to the user. So we can see that I have added the department 1 quota for the user. And from the user group, it's also department 1. So why is this interesting? So because when we here, now what we can do in this overview is that I can impersonate a user. So I go here, and then it says impersonate, and I click here. And now I can view everything as member 1 user. So I'm not viewing it as admin, but here it says test member, and it's the test member user. And if I try to create a host, where's the mouse? There's the mouse. Here I can choose a resource quota, and it's department 1, so it's exactly the ones that I have just assigned to in the user tab. Exactly. And we can also do this for the other user that we have. So there is a special person user, and the special person user is part of the special operations user group. So I've assigned the department 2 user quota to this user. But I have also a special operations resource quota that is inherited from the user group. And this will look, so we can also take a look if we impersonate this user. So if I now try to create a user, you can see that I here can choose from department 2 and the special operations. So the special operations, well, I didn't show it, but it's not a full quota, but the department 2 is the full quota. So theoretically, if I would click the submit button and we're connected to my compute resource, I should get an error. And as I cannot show it to you in the presentation, in the demo, we can simply go back to the slides, if it was that simple, and see how it looks like. Give me a second to find my slides. Okay, now it's small again. But I'm almost done, so I'm just leave it at this. So this was the demo, and we cannot see this. But what you can see here is the error message that would appear when you try to create the quota, or the host with limited quota. So yeah, so the recent development, basically what we've done in the last few months was the upgrade to Patternfly 5, which was a lot of code effort, which is something that came from the community to improve the UI, which is quite cool. Then we did various bug fixes. We added a small column on the all host page for the resource quota. And what we also did is that we basically unbroke the host registration by adding a new unassigned quota. So there is some issues with Cartello, which we had to solve. So this is basically now our design to have the host registration work as well. And what else do we have? So we have the plugin installable via the Foreman installer. So not only the plugin, but also the CLI extension. So if you want to try it out, just go ahead, use the Foreman installer, type it in, and yeah, try it. There's the Hammer CLI extension. It's just Hammer resource quota, and then you can create resource quotas and all that cool stuff. And yeah, we also have an awesome documentation, of course. And yeah, so if you want to check it out, go to the web pages. And we're happy to get some feedback on the plugin. Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Just one question. You have shown on one of the pages when you have reached the limit of your quotas, it will not create the host. It won't be queued. It will just not be created.
Yeah, eventually in the host creation process, it will say, okay, there's a resource quota, and it won't create it.
Okay, because I'm considering like development environments which are usually overbooked always. And when people now prepare their notes, they did all the clicking in the web interface or via an API call. And then they see, okay, I can't deploy because quotas have been exceeded. The idea is to then have not just prevent the creation and fall back from the process, but queuing the creation or having an option for doing so, queuing the creation, because then the one developer can move on to colleagues and ask, okay, please can you delete old instances so he doesn't have to do the whole work again for creating a virtual machine. So that's basically a question whether this would be a useful feature.
Yeah, it cannot do it right now, but it sounds definitely like a useful feature to me.
I had a question about if it would be possible to show a diagram of your compute resource and how much resources it has available, and to compare it with your quotas you configured. So if you have 3 or 5 quotas, you show like a chart or something which shows, yeah, you have configured 15% of your compute resource, and 5% of this compute resources of this quota is used, or something like that, so that you have a visual representation of how much of my compute resource is in use or has a quota, or yeah, just some visual representations.
Yeah, right now you can only do it on a per quota basis, so you can see how many resources you've consumed inside one quota, but I don't think you can do it on the whole compute resource basis. I'm not sure if that's possible.
From YouTube, there's the question, what was the driver behind adding this to the Foreman? Like, what was the big incentive to say, let's invest in this?
That's a very good question. So basically, I think it's what I've shown here, that there is no mechanism inside Foreman to limit the resource consumption of individual users.
And I think it's connected to also the question of, are there differences between the platform, like physical hardware, hypervisors, etc.? Are there differences in how the quotas work?
so the ones that we support now, so we support VMware and libvirt. And basically you have to then take the other compute resources and abstract them in such a way that it would look the same as here, as for both. So the interface would stay the same, I would assume, as long as you provide CPU cores, memory, and disk space, what I would assume.
Thanks.
Looks like we have no further questions. So for us here in the room, it's cake time. For those at the stream, you have to wait. We will back online at 15:30. Yeah, 15:30.
Technik wild heute.
Sorry, stream, you have to wait because I have an organizational question for the people here. Can everyone please raise their hand who will stay for beer and pizza afterwards? Markus, do you count? Should I count? And count the 2 colleagues on the top and me. So, and those who want to have vegetarian, keeps hand up. So, we need at least enough for 3 vegetarians, Marcus. This was the organizational question, so now we can start on the last round of talks. Tim already had a whole conference today, but I forced him to do a talk also on this conference, so this was the deal. So you now can welcome Tim and see a talk on how public enterprise can be moved over to OpenVox and Foreman to stay open source.
Hello, everybody. Again, thanks for attending. As Dirk mentioned, I will talk a bit about why I don't like Perforce and why public enterprise sucks. A bit about introduction. Who of you have seen this picture on GitHub? For the stream, that's the majority. That's too many people. Okay. Before we dive into what public enterprise is and why I do not like it, a bit about the history about Vox Populi and the OpenVox project. Who of you heard the term OpenVox project before? The majority? Okay, that's making it easier for me. A bit of background. Who of you has seen this slide in an older version before? Not that many. Okay, that's great. So I can keep reusing stuff and nobody will notice it. This is the amount of people within the Vox Populi GitHub organization. And you can see some very odd dates where we picked up those numbers. And every time someone does a talk about Vox Populi, we update this slide. So this does not only show how many people we have, 240 right now, but it also shows you when someone did a talk about Vox Populi. I think you can clearly see that the community is quite active. What do? We maintain most of the Puppet ecosystem. The majority of the Puppet lint plugins, 200 something Puppet modules, and a huge amount of CI pipelines to test your stuff and also to release modules. And it's frozen again. Ah, perfect. We founded the OpenVox project. This is essentially just another GitHub organization maintained by the same people as Vox Populi. Perforce announced some license changes back in November last year, which forced us to continue the original open source development of some tools like Bolt, the PuppetDB, the Puppet Server, and the Puppet Agent. Those are all now maintained by the OpenVox project because Perforce doesn't understand community management and they stopped providing new Debian or APM packages, basically. And there might be a situation in the future where we would like to move Vox Populi or the OpenVox project to the Linux Foundation or to any other foundation. And from the beginning, we would like to keep this separate, so we have the option to just move either of those to a different foundation. And it makes permission management a bit easier on GitHub if this is split up, but it's essentially the same group of people. Who of you used Puppet Enterprise? Half the room. I feel sorry for you. Sometimes I will refer to PE, which is Puppet Enterprise, just so you know. I need to introduce a bit what Puppet Enterprise is and what kind of features it provides. In the morning, I think it was Leonard who said naming things is hard, and what is Puppet quite known for? Choosing bad names. A very good example, there is a feature in Puppet Enterprise which is called the PE console. What do you think of when you hear the term console? Usually a terminal, something like this. It's in fact a web interface and not a console application, which is already confusing for many, many people. And I will continue using bad memes, and I will explain at the end why. So you will have to accept this. And before I show you a bunch of screenshots, I can try to click, if I find my mouse. Hello, there it is. So Puppet Enterprise. When you log in to Puppet Enterprise, you will see a node overview with like how many nodes do you have, which of them have failed Puppet reports, which reports succeeded, basically like Foreman. And now I need to click. So in Foreman, you have something that's called node groups. Node groups. Readable node groups. What can you do in node groups? To node groups, you can assign nodes, and you can stack node groups. You can assign Puppet classes to node groups, and you can assign Puppet class parameters and values to node groups. All of this is something that Foreman provides since, I don't know, a decade, maybe longer. I don't know.
Since the beginning.
Yeah, probably. And this started afterwards. So Foreman was first. Just keep that in mind. And now I need to find my mouse again. Ha! So this was almost all of the features that Puppet Enterprise provides for you in this web interface for a shitload of money, which you can get in better in Foreman. So make up your own mind what you would like to use. Who of you heard about Bolt, the open source tool? 2/3 of the room? Okay. A very, very quick introduction to what Bolt is for those that haven't heard about it before. Bolt is an open source tool, formerly from Perforce, now from the OpenWorks project. And you can take something that's executable, usually a binary file or any Python script, Ruby script, PowerShell, whatever. And next to it, you put a JSON file. And the JSON file describes parameters that can be passed to your executable or to your script. Bolt has an option to pass those as environment variables to your script, or it can pipe them to standard in. And it has an option, usually it takes input from a user. It can validate the input against the metadata file. And if the input is correct, Bolt can take the script and copy it to a number of targets, execute it, get the value back, and present it to you again in JSON, which is comparable to Ansible. Like you do some orchestration from a central place. That's the purpose of Bolt tasks. Bolt has another feature which is called plans. In plans, you can write the known Puppet DSL, and if you take a close look, this roughly looks like a Puppet class. Like you have a keyword that's not class, but plan. It's namespaced. You have your round brackets where you can provide parameters. Parameters can have default values. They can have data types. You can automatically document them with Puppet strings. And within the body of a plan, you can use almost any language feature from the Puppet DSL. And there are certain functions that are limited to Bolt plans. For example, functions like out message just print stuff to standard out. There are other functions like run task where you can execute tasks that I just showed you, and you have a run plan function where you can execute other plans. And with this, you can build very, very complex orchestration features like patch my whole data center, start by checking if monitoring is okay, if that's fine, find all backend systems, splice them up into smaller groups, patch each group in parallel, reboot them, check the load balancer, if everything is fine, redo at the next data center. Stuff like this can be split up into tasks, and all the tasks can be combined within a plan. Similar concept like Ansible does it with their playbooks and collections, basically. Bolt has another feature to be extended, which are Bolt plugins. There are two types of plugins, an inventory plugin and a transport plugin. By default, Bolt uses SSH to connect to Linux targets, and it uses WinRM to connect to Linux targets. There are other transport protocols supported, for example, to access different container runtime environments like Podman, Jails, Docker, stuff like this. And there are plugins to add support for more transport plugins and also to extend your inventory. The inventory in its basic form is just a YAML list, but a very, very common plugin is the PuppetDB one, which allows me to tell Bolt to just connect to my PuppetDB, get all list of targets, and maybe filter for like operating system, stuff like this. There is also an inventory plugin to connect to Foreman. So if I have already Foreman running and all my nodes are within Foreman, I can use Bolt to connect to Foreman and execute my existing Bolt plans with that. And Leonard in the morning showed us another inventory plugin, which was Terraform. So if I have a Terraform state file, I think, I can feed the... Yes. Yes, but the resources that I created with Terraform, I can feed this information into Bolt as well. I think Bolt really isn't that known in the ecosystem, but I think it's quite an important tool because it's the perfect combination of my existing Puppet infrastructure. Many people try to glue it together with Ansible for some kind of orchestration or patching approaches, which is totally fine. But the more native tool would be Bolt. Coming back to Puppet Enterprise. Bolt in its open source form is just a CLI application. Puppet Enterprise, besides the shitty PE console, has another feature, which is the Puppet Enterprise Orchestrator, which is basically an web API that I can use to trigger Bolt plans and tasks, so I do not have to use the CLI. And that's a feature that many, many companies use that I try to support within Puppet Enterprise. And just from the design perspective, this whole concept of a web UI with RBAC and a web API to trigger stuff is similar to the remote execution feature that also is available in Foreman as open source. Another thing to keep in mind in Puppet Enterprise, they offer something that's called a PXP agent, which you can install next to your Puppet agent on every system, and it connects to a central broker. And I have the option to use my orchestrator to push jobs through the existing connection down to the PXP agent. In many companies, they have different ideas how their firewalling is supposed to be. With Bolt, you usually use SSH as a transport protocol, so you have one central system that has access to many, many other systems, and Bolt connects to them. In Puppet Enterprise, it's the different way. So I have many, many PXP agents, and they connect to a central broker. And that broker uses the existing TCP connection to distribute tasks. So the end result is the same. Bolt and Puppet Enterprise use the same tasks and plans, just the way how the stuff is distributed to the agent differs, because I have a listener here or a client. Now, how do we migrate some existing Puppet Enterprise infrastructure to OpenVox and to Foreman? This is a very simplified architecture for Puppet Enterprise. If I have a single system running with all the components, they usually refer to it as PE primary, and it contains the Puppet server that executes, well, Puppet stuff like we know it in open source. I also have my DB and the closed source orchestrator and the closed source console, and all my agents just connect to it. So the idea that we had is we will try to spin up another system and try to install just Foreman on the system and deploy the Foreman proxy on the existing PE primary. So in a usual Foreman standalone installation, you get a Puppet server that's running next to Foreman, and there were some tiny modifications needed on the Puppet modules to make this layout work out of the box and to make stuff more complicated. In open source Puppet or in OpenVox, the default user that runs Puppet server, PuppetDB, is called Puppet. In Puppet Enterprise, it's called PE-Puppet. So we made some tiny patches for the Foreman proxy module and for the Puppet server Foreman module to figure out if they are executed on a Puppet Enterprise or an existing open source installation, and then just pick a different user. We talked in the morning, during Ewood's talk, we mentioned the Puppet server Foreman module. This has the NodeRB script, which is used as an ENC, and the module sets the Puppet or PE-Puppet user as the owner and as the group for the script. So the module needs to know who should own the file, and we implement this in the Puppet module. For Foreman proxy, we had the same modifications that we had to do for the TLS files that the Foreman proxy web server uses, with one addition that we noticed. There might be a situation where you would like to install another Foreman proxy somewhere, maybe next to your Foreman, but without a Puppet server, maybe to use the Foreman remote execution, or you have an existing DHCP server running here, or a DNS server, whatever, and you need the smart proxy as well. The TLS files with the certificates for the Puppet agent on a Puppet server are owned by Puppet. If there is no Puppet server installed, the files are by default owned by root, because the Puppet user doesn't exist at all. That only exists on system with a Puppet server. Was a bit complicated, and I had to figure out in which situations do we have which user, but in the end we were able to implement all the changes in just those 2 modules, and they work just out of the box. You do not need to configure anything in those modules if you would like to deploy them on an existing Puppet Enterprise infrastructure. And with installing the Foreman proxy, you are able to get all the reports and all the facts from all your Puppet agents and feed them into your Foreman. And you can still decide who should act as an ENC, the existing Puppet Enterprise infrastructure or Foreman. You cannot really configure 2 ENCs, so you need to decide which one you would like to use. I recommend to use none of them as an ENC because migrating them is annoying, and you always have a dependency to an external API. So if you do some kind of classification, my recommendation is always to use Hira and none of the existing ENCs, but that's more of a personal opinion. And the OpenVox agent is compatible with Puppet Enterprise. So while you install Foreman proxy and Foreman, you can also start replacing your Perforce Puppet agents or legacy Puppet open source agents and replace them with the OpenVox agent that also works out of the box. We need to configure a report processor in the PuppetConf for each Puppet server. So all the reports will be sent to Foreman. You might notice years ago, Puppet Inc. back then made a bit blog post and said, hey, we are trying to be inclusive, and we replace the terms master with server, and master of masters was replaced with primary. And they also renamed the different sections that you can have in your PuppetConf. Back then, there was a section called master, and in modern installation, you find the terminology server in your PuppetConf. With one exception, as you can find here, we still have to use master if you're on Puppet Enterprise, because they forgot to rename Puppet Enterprise or don't care, or what I think, they have so much technical debt in there and they're just too scared to update their shit. And that's really annoying because I think that only shows that they do not have enough internal test coverage to make the change. So otherwise, they would have done it years ago with the rest of the ecosystem, because now they have to maintain kind of server and master in multiple places because they are too scared to update their Puppet Enterprise. Okay. So that was my rant, why I need to use the master section. But why is that whole statement even working? One would assume that if I install Puppet Enterprise as an appliance, it manages every configuration files, especially the whole puppet.conf, because that's quite crucial. You can configure a lot of stuff in it to break your whole installation, and on a usual Puppet agent-only environment or a system with just the agent, they manage the whole file, but not if there is a Puppet server installed. And I also think that's a quite serious bug, and they're just too scared to change this, which is also very annoying. But in our case, it's helping us because it allows me to just write Foreman into the PuppetConf. So a quick summary. It's quite easy to connect an existing Puppet Enterprise infrastructure to Foreman and get all the reports and facts. And if I have installed this, it's quite easy to afterwards install the OpenVox server somewhere else and slowly point old agents to my new open source server and just migrate the rest of it. that works quite good. And you can really just mix and match existing agents and server and database, no matter if that's the old open source packages from Perforce or Puppet Enterprise, or the newer Puppet Core that nobody likes to use because you need to sign a EULA, or the awesome OpenVox packages. Right now, they are all drop-in replacements for each other. That makes a migration very, very easy. There are a few hierarchies that you need to set because some of the package names are different in case you are managing your OpenVox, in case you are managing your open source agents with Foreman. The new agent package is named OpenVox agent, not Puppet agent anymore. RPMs and Debian packages have some metadata information that you can set and say like this package provides the feature Puppet agent, and if someone installs Puppet agent, you actually get a different package. We have implemented this, I think, for the RPMs, but not yet for all the Debian packages. We try to implement it, but the state is unknown right now here. So if someone wants to test this stuff, that would be awesome. And also the Foreman people provide an OAuth package, which basically packages a gem into the OpenVox agent Ruby installation. And in case the metadata is still not correct, you can just tell Hira to not manage the OAuth package that comes from Foreman, but instead install the package explicitly, and the stuff just works. Now coming back to the tasks and plans feature, many customers that I support already have Satellite running or Foreman, and they do not want to use a second web UI or a second system to manage their Puppet stuff, especially since Foreman already has Puppet plugins to import all the hosts automatically and display facts, stuff like this, view reports. The PE console mostly replicates the same features with the downsides that it's proprietary, so I cannot provide patches, I cannot provide enhancements. It's quite hard to find a developer for the PE console, and it's all just very annoying. And for years, we as a partner, but also the customers, nicely asked Perforce or Puppet Inc. back then, hey, can't you just provide a commercial Foreman plugin to make the execution of both tasks and plans possible within Foreman? And we even raised a public issue that you can try to watch, and that's quite sad because Perforce just doesn't read any of the issues, and they just don't care about it. They want to keep their own dedicated web interface. So we started a request for comments some time ago within the Foreman discourse and said, hey, if Perforce isn't interested in making a commercial plugin and sell it, why can't we make the plugin by ourselves and provide an open source plugin? And after some time, we came up with this, which looks complicated, but we have some time, and I just love to talk, so you have to bear with me. On the top left, Foreman, as usual, it's installed somewhere, and this big green box is a single virtual machine, dedicated server, whatever, a single system. In this system are multiple services running, mostly a Foreman proxy to get the connection between Foreman proxy possible. The idea was for Foreman proxy to get a Foreman proxy plugin that has the option to talk to Bolt or turn Bolt into a web application with a native API. have access to the OpenVox database, or formerly known as PuppetDB, to get a list of all of my nodes, but also facts, stuff like this. And I need access to a OpenVox server, because OpenVox server knows all of my code environments. In my code environments are all my plans and tasks, and I can get a list of them and all of the different parameters from the OpenVox server API. And R10K or G10K or whatever are just used to deploy my Puppet code next to my OpenVox server. And if this connection is all possible, a user should be able to log into Foreman, get a list of different tasks and plans, choose what you would like to execute. If it has parameters, provide the values. The information will be passed to the Foreman proxy. Foreman proxy will speak to Bolt. Bolt will execute the tasks and or the plans, and it will use the different transport protocols. As mentioned earlier, WinRM and SSH are implemented by default. We cannot reuse the PXP agent. The PXP agent itself is open source, but has basically zero documentation, and the broker or the orchestrator, that's closed source, and the API is quite shitty, so it would be annoying to re-implement it. Who of you used mCollective in the past? 1, 2, 3, that's not bad, 6, 7, a few people. So the inventor of Hira also invented mCollective and thought, hey, the design is quite nice. I have a central system with a broker and I can execute stuff. But the implementation with an active MQ as broker was quite shitty, so he threw all of this away and implemented Nuts and Choria. What is Choria? I have a central broker, and I can deploy a listener next to my Puppet agents. They connect to the central broker. Bolt acts as a client and can send a payload to the broker, and the broker distributes the information to the existing Choria servers. Choria is an existing technology that works. It has many open source users, and that's battle tested for environments with like over 100,000 parallel executions. So that scales very, very well, even better than the existing PXP agent in Puppet Enterprise. And the Choria maintainers are nice people, and back when Bolt was announced, they already hacked together a proof of concept for a Bolt and Choria integration, and that's something that we will pick up. Most of the stuff that I've scaffolded here is planned. It's not yet implemented, but we are working on this with the Overlock Infra people that Martin mentioned this morning in their talk, former Perforce employees. And we already have existing customers that are interested in this open source feature, and they are kind of sponsoring the development of this work. And I think that's quite awesome, because it's already easy and possible to replace your Puppet Enterprise with Foreman and move the stuff over. And you can already replace your agents with the OpenVox agents. And quite soon, we will have the Foreman integration ready to run both tasks and plans via the Foreman Web UI and via the Foreman API. And with Choria, we even have a orchestrator or broker approach and do not even need SSH or WinRM to connect to many, many hosts from a central place. And there are many companies available that offer commercial support and training, blah, 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 for Foreman and or for OpenVox. And I think that's very important for businesses. With Puppet Enterprise, you are kinda limited to Perforce support. There are a few companies that also offer commercial support for Perforce, like we do. But if you are limited to just one vendor to get support, I think that's quite bad because you have a vendor login. That's a very known issue for like AWS when you have a cloud login. But also if you have a support login, that's annoying because Perforce, for example, does not have consultants or service engineers that speak German. And they also have just engineers in certain parts of the world. And if you have some kind of regulations within your company, you might not be allowed to get in touch with their support. Or you're just not happy with the support quality, or you just cannot get along with each other. And if you have no choice for a different support contract, that's quite annoying. And I think the amount of support that you can get with the open source installations, no matter if that's OpenVox or Foreman, is quite bigger than for Puppet Enterprise. And I think that's great because I think in the long term, there's just no need to run Puppet Enterprise anymore. And with that, we are coming to the end. If you are not familiar with the different memes that I showed, there is a like 6 minutes talk at this URL, and this big QR code brings you to the original talk where someone just does a 6-minute rant on JavaScript and why it sucks. And I just try to reuse all the memes from this talk. If you're interested in my talk and all the other ones, you can find them on the internet. And that's it from my side. Thanks for your attention. Any questions? Almost.
Maybe this is slightly off topic, but Bolt is also supporting the Puppet file modules installation.
Sorry?
Bolt is also supporting the module installation with Puppet file?
Yes.
But I saw in there you also had R10K, which I think does the same thing. Is there any reason you would use R10K instead of just Bolt when you already are
Bolt
using
uses R10K under the hood to parse the Puppet file.
Okay.
So R10K is the original one, and G10K is just a rewrite in Go with almost the same features. It's quite faster, but some features are lacking, so I mentioned both. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Like someone mentioned librarian. I don't know who that was, but that's just another. Yeah, that's another alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was. Thank you.
Okay. Another question.
For that Courier server, because you wanted to have the different route of the transfer protocol, did you consider to reuse the remote execution pull provider as well, which uses the MQTT protocol?
Yes. I was hoping that the question doesn't rise up. We talked to some of the Foreman developers in the past, and their recommendation was to not reuse it because the way that Bolt works would be very, very hard to integrate into the existing remote execution framework. But I forgot all the details. So I didn't mention it, but just the stuff that's still in my head is their recommendation was to not use it.
Okay.
Yeah. Another question somewhere.
Oh, seems we are out of questions. So
Perfect.
Thank you, Tim, for your talk.
There's one more question in the chat.
Oh, there's one more question in the chat. So tell me, I repeat it.
Where can I buy the Basel-free stickers?
You can buy them from Robert, but you probably will find them everywhere in the future because
I tried to
look
sneak
at the
them in.
face.
Yeah. Some of those stickers are around here. Robert originally made them, so get in touch with Robert on Slack or IRC, and he will maybe distribute them to you in exchange for a pull request to Voxbox. Okay.
If this question is coming from the US, please ping Ben, so Ben can ping me, because I'm going to send anyway some stuff over to Ben, and then I can just add some more stickers, so it's more easy for Ben to distribute them locally within the US, and not sending 25 parcels from Germany to the United States.
So many people do not know this, but Beta Dots, usually we do consulting, but we have a side business, which is merchandise and clothing. Yes, we are like more of a fashion label, and yeah, we are our main distribution hub and also ship stuff to the US now. Yeah.
This is why you hired Leonard as a new model?
Yes.
Okay. So, no further questions? Jen is also fine. So, thank you, Tim, for the talk, the hard work for Vox Populi, and now also for Foreman.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. So, give Quirim and Manisha some minutes to set up, and then we will have the second to last talk, and they will talk about what Maximilian already spoiled about the rolling content view.
Now it's tiny. What first share how? That looks better. Yeah. Keep this. Keep this configuration. Okay, now the slides are slightly bigger. See the next slide down there. Let me have one attempt at fixing this. Not any different. Yeah, one more go. If it doesn't work, we'll just live with it.
16 to 10? I think it should be 16 to 9.
Try this.
No. For some reason. How does mirror work if you have set a bigger mirror?
Yeah, okay. Now it's tiny again. Okay, we're gonna have to... What did I do to fix it before? Just do it again. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to live with it. That the slides are slightly double. Okay.
As I mentioned, we are all no professional speakers, so very fine.
You get a spoiler for the next slide.
Everyone, don't look at the bottom.
Okay.
So, as I said, Maximilian already spoiled it. Now Manisha and Quirim will present it. Rolling content views in Catello. So please one grab the microphone and the other get this tube for me.
Okay. So I need to wear this or?
Just put it on. So stream will also hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, so we're talking about this new feature we made for Catello, rolling content views. So maybe quick show of hands who uses or has used Catello. Okay, it's a good number, but yeah, we'll go. Yeah, so that's our employer slide. We work at ATIX, and funnily enough, Carino isn't on there, which is the product we create that's based on Foreman and Catello. But yeah, let's just continue with the talk. So what is Catello? Catello is a Foreman plugin that adds content lifecycle management for your hosts. And there are different type of contents, and we get another example of naming is hard, because on the left, that's what the content types are called in Catello, and well, on the side, I put notes on what they maybe should be called, or additional information, so one can tell what is meant. But yeah, we especially, of course, mean YUM or RPM repositories and apt repositories. But there's also some other content types. So why add a new type of content view to Catello? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to start by looking at what the status quo was before. So just the sort of existing content view workflow. So this is a Catello 4.16 instance, which is the last version that doesn't have any rolling content views. And I already added some product. So product is just a collection of repositories, so a namespace for a repository. And in my product, I already added a repository. So this is a random apt repository. It has 3 packages in it, and I've already synchronized it. And to get that to our hosts, we need some lifecycle environments. So I've created 2 lifecycle environments. We always have library. Oops, I'm going to stay here. Library is where when we synchronize our repository that we just saw, we synchronize that to the library environment, so it always contains the latest, greatest in content. And then I added 2 more, so lifecycle environment test and lifecycle environment production. So we imagine we have some test hosts and we have some production hosts that are going to use these 2 environments. And then we need to create a content view. And I already created one of those. And I already created a version within that content view so we can see it uses the same repository we saw before. I created a version for it. It has 3 Debian packages in it, and both our environments are currently promoted, or the version is promoted to both these environments, which means all of our test hosts and all of our production hosts are happily using this version 1.0. And if we now go back to our repository, and I'm going to add another apt repo distribution to it and synchronize that just so we get some new content. And should be very quick because this is all a very tiny test repository. Of course, maybe my laptop is very slow. Okay, so that's finished synchronizing, and I need to refresh the page. And then we can see we now have 4 Debian packages in this repository. And it's already published to the library environment. We have it down here, and we can see I now have this extra distribution Ragnarok that I added for the sync, and so we know the new content has arrived. And if I now go back to our content view, well, our hosts are still using version 1.0 of this content view, so they still don't have the new content. And if I want to now get that content to our hosts, what I need to do is publish a new version. And I'm going to promote it to just our test hosts. And that should take a second. So yeah, the idea being we now have a new version, and it's promoted to content view library and to our test environment. So our test hosts are now using this new version, and we can run all our tests against it. And if we broke something, or the tests are now read, we never send that version to our production hosts, and we never break our production. That's the idea. If we say, okay, all our tests are successful, we can now promote this to the production environment as well. And if we give that a second to finish. And if we find we've made a mistake and our production is now broken because our test coverage is no good, we still have version 1.0 and we can just roll it back to our production environment and we have a way back. And so that's basically what we mean by content lifecycle environment in Katello. We have these frozen version states and they stick around until you delete them, and that gives you very fine-grained control. Okay, so what about rolling content views? So now we imagine a user, and the user tests this and looks at this and says, okay, that's all very great, but this is total overkill for my needs. I really just want Katello to act as a kind of local mirror, and all of this creating new content view versions and promoting them takes a long time. It does take a long time because in the background, Katello is copying content between pulp repositories. And I mean, you get something for it. You get the frozen state that you can roll back to, but it isn't a lightweight action. And so that person says, okay, can I just use the latest great sync content and it goes directly to my hosts? And the answer is there is a way to do that. And so I'm going to head over to my activation keys and create an activation key. So if we wanted to create an activation key for our test hosts, we would select the test environment here and our content view, and that host would start using that. But we're imagining a user who wants to use the library directly, latest, greatest sync content. And there's something here called the default organization view. And the default organization view basically contains every repository on your Katello instance, and it always contains the latest sync state. So that's exactly kind of what this user would want. But there's a problem. You don't want to have all your repositories available to every kind of host. So let's imagine we have a Debian 10 and a Debian 11 hosts. You don't want your Debian 10 hosts to have access to your Debian 11 repositories, because then they would cease to be Debian 10 hosts. Or you don't want all your hosts to have access to your special application repository that only certain hosts need. Or even worse, if you have Debian and Ubuntu hosts, you don't want those to share repositories, because that doesn't make any kind of sense. So you need some way to limit it. And since Katello 4.12, I believe, moved to simple content access only, the only way you can limit it is by enabling and disabling repositories. So you can do that on your hosts, but it's a host-side feature, so you do still have all the repositories on your Katello instance configured, and then you disable them, which isn't very nice because, well, you still, if you're going to list repositories, you're going to see all the Ubuntu repositories on your Debian hosts, and I mean, users will sort of shake your head at you and be, what are you doing? Why are you configuring these repositories here? And before Katello 4.12, there was a way to deal with this because we had subscriptions. And you could sort of use subscriptions to say, okay, I'm only going to assign certain subscriptions for certain repositories to this host, and then you could limit it that way. But Red Hat decided to simplify their subscription management for their users and got rid of subscriptions, and we were kind of using a side effect of this feature anyway. It's mainly for managing your Red Hat subscriptions and not for limiting content in the default organization view, so that was just kind of forgotten. And so I'm going to go back to the slides now. That basically gives us our why for this feature. So we had customers who were happily using the default organization view to consume latest sync content directly from library, and they used subscriptions to limit repository access. And this is no longer possible with Cotello 4.12. And so the idea then was to create a new type of content view, which, like a normal content view, you can select what repositories you want to be in there. But unlike a normal content view, you don't publish versions or promote them. You just get the library content version of whatever repository you have in there, just like with the default organization view. And before I go on and on, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Manisha to just show it to you. Yeah.
So as William described the problem, we wanted a solution.
I'll hand this over to you.
Okay. So yeah, as Quirine described the problem, we wanted a solution that instead of having everything available to the host, we wanted to filter it somehow. So that's why we created rolling content view. So the idea was to have something similar to the normal content views. So yeah, basically we worked on two stages for rolling content view. In the first stage, we fixed one problem, that was to filter the repositories available to the host. It's already available with Cotello 4.17. And in the second stage, we fixed another problem that Quirine is gonna talk about in more details, but the idea is to add an option to select the environment as well, so that you can select which host will get what repositories. So let me give you a demo of how the UI works. So earlier, before 4.17, we had these two types. Now we have a third type as well, rolling content view. So you get the contents of the repositories, the latest, greatest content of the repository. So let's create one. I'll show you the latest feature, which also includes the lifecycle environment. So yeah, sneak peek for you guys. So this will be available in the upcoming Cotello versions. There is already a PR, upstream PR, which is in the final stage. So yeah, hopefully in the upcoming Cotello version we'll have this feature. So let's select two environments, test and production. Okay. Yeah. And we have the content view, select some repository, let's select one, add a repository. And that's already it. So you can use this repository directory on the host. You don't need to publish it or anything, and we can check that as well. So if I go to the bulk content here, where is it? You can already see it in the production and test. We have rolling CV, and here you have the tab fixtures. Another thing is you don't need to promote. Where is it? This is no 4.16. We are using the other one. So this one is the table, yeah. Another thing is you don't need to promote it to lifecycle environment. You can simply add the lifecycle environment or remove it in the details. So if I remove it from here and save it, it should directly be available to the host. And now I can show you how host can consume it. So we go to the activation key, create one, let's say, and we have it in the lifecycle environment, the rolling content view. We can select it, and and you can see in the repository that it's using the packages. And now imagine that you have new packages in this repository and you want to them to be available to the host. So now the idea is you don't have to publish a new content view version. You can simply update or sync the repository again. So
same thing I did.
yeah, but now you don't have to publish it or promote it to the environment. You can simply sync it. As you can see, it's already taking time. It's just one package, and imagine hundreds of repositories with hundreds of packages. So it's time consuming for your users. You refresh it, and you already have it for the host. So that's mainly it for the demo, and now Quirin will talk more in details about the life cycle environments and how the development process went.
Yeah. So sort of expanding on what Maximilian told us earlier. What time is it? Okay. I need to get back to the slides. So yeah, now I'm going to talk about the how. So how did this all come together? What was involved? So like I said, we knew that simple content access only world was fast approaching. And we were told by product management, well, we can't break our customers' existing use case. And from that, we sort of derived two things. One was we sort of had permission to put the needed resources on this because product management wanted a solution as soon as possible for the next upgrade. And we also had this initial scope of, well, whatever we're going to build now, it needs to be at least as good as using the default organization view with subscriptions. And that's why for the initial version, we said, well, it's going to be limited to library environment. It's basically, when you create a rolling content view, it's automatically using library, and you can't put it to any other environments, which is the same as the default organization view. But before we really did anything, of course, you need to involve the community. So we started an RFC. You can see it's September 2024, so it was some time ago. And it was opened by my team lead, Bernhard. And back then it was called Transparent Content View. We later renamed it after some voting and discussion to Rolling Content View, sort of rolling like rolling release. You get latest content always. Yeah, and if I just sort of scroll through here, that was open throughout the process. So there was some discussion and lots of review, and community was receptive, so we were able to proceed. And yeah, I said this sort of implemented it in 2 steps. So the first one is already released in 4.17. The next one is actually expected in 4.19 because, well, branching is happening soon, and the community maintainers have sort of decided they'd rather do it just after branching and then have it land in 4.19. So it's probably going to miss 4.18. And yeah, that's the lifecycle environments extension. Yeah, and that came about as a sort of also a funny story. So we had this user, and we got the first part done and said, okay, you can now upgrade into the simple content access only world and continue using things as you did before. And the answer was, well, that's all great that you didn't break our use case. But if you're going to build this whole new feature for it, wouldn't it be great if you actually improved our use case? And the thing that, so they told us that the thing that they had always not liked about using the default organization view is that it's locked to library. And the main reason is if you're using library and you have some hosts that are connected via a smart proxy, then you need to synchronize library to Smart Proxy. And like I said earlier, library by definition contains every repository on your instance. And every time anything is updated on your instance, that needs to be synchronized to the proxy because library is always getting latest, greatest content immediately. And so that's just very painful to synchronize everything to your smart proxies, even though you might just have your Debian 10 hosts connected to the proxy and you don't need everything else on this proxy. So that's why we added that second feature that you can expose the rolling content view content in sort of arbitrary lifecycle environments and not just library. Okay, so what went into milestone 1? There's the issue, there's the main PR, there's a Hammer CLI PR, there's the Foreman documentation PR that Maximilian mentioned. There was some spin-off issue. You work on a big feature, you find some issues in Catello that are only sort of tangentially related to what you're working on, and you do that as well. There's some bugs we missed initially when we had merged that main feature, and there's an enhancement that we basically agreed to postpone till after the initial merge. And I don't want to look at all of these because we'll run out of time, but I just want to have a quick look at the main PR. So we go over here to commits. So the author on this is Manisha because she got the thankless task of getting us started when we had nothing and like building the skeleton of the feature. That's the worst part. But there's also like 4 co-authors on this because we then were able to sort of divide it up. Some people working on API and backend, some people working on tests, some people were working on UI. Because like I said, we sort of got the go-ahead from product management to do what we had to do to get this done in a nice and round way. And well, that's just the authors on the main PR. There was also all those other PRs I showed you. So there were lots of people involved. And so second milestone, again, we have some PRs. We are also working on adding Foreman Ansible module support for both milestones. So like you think, well, it's just a small feature, like you're just basically creating a collection of repositories that you expose to hosts, but you have all of these things to round out the story and make sure it works with all the CLI tools and yeah. And again, Foreman documentation gets adjusted again for the feature extension. And yeah, if I look at that. So this one is still open, and I think the latest discussion, there's something new I haven't seen yet. But yeah, so the latest discussion was that what I mentioned, that it'll probably land in Catello 4.19 and not 4.18. But it's quite far along. And yeah, there are some limitations with the feature. So the whole point was we needed this feature to be lightweight. And by lightweight, we mean we didn't want it to create new pulp repositories and copy content between pulp repositories and create new pulp publications in the background, which takes a lot of time and isn't needed here because you already, by definition, have the publication you want for the default organization view library environment, and then you just publish it in an additional path. And yeah, for this reason, rolling content views can't use filters because that happens when copying pulp content around, and then some things are filtered out. It may not contain container push repositories, which is because of the way those are implemented. They always need to create a new pulp repository. But it doesn't really matter. You would just use a normal content view for your container push repositories. And we decided you can't add them to composite content views, which was just to keep the scope manageable and get it done. And we're probably going to stick with that because there's also increasingly with the latest Catello versions, you can just put multiple content views to a single activation key or a single host, and then you don't really need to put them in a composite content view to get that use case covered. And composite content views, again, require a lot of publishing of new versions when one of the constituent content view changes anything. So I actually prefer this new way of doing things with just having a host registered to multiple content views. Yeah, so conclusions. Well, there's just one big conclusion, and I put a lot of text on the slide, but I'm going to read it anyway. So when product management, implementing contributors, docs authors, test engineers, community maintainers all pull in the same direction, we can add significant new features to a large, complex, and mature code base like Catello. And we can do this in a reasonable amount of time and without adding excessive amounts of new technical debt. And so we had here sort of a well-rounded story with docs, test coverage, CLI support, Ansible module support, some customer feedback between the first and the second iteration, and plenty of review and refinement. And so, like, yeah, this required a sort of foundation of trust, especially with also the community, that we weren't going to dump something on them that is hard to maintain and full of technical debt. And like that in turn requires a lot of hard communicative work. And so like the big conclusion here is writing the code is just one part of a good outcome. I mean, on some level we all know this in open source development. But even so, I think it's worth repeating again and again, because on some other level we always forget and we think of ourselves as people who write code. So yeah, thanks to everyone involved. Thanks for the trust and the hard work. And it was nice working on this feature because it felt like a well-rounded thing. Yeah, any questions? We are getting to that part of the evening, right? Where
this is why I get to last.
Okay. So yeah, if you have more questions, just find us later and we can show the demo one more time or whatever it is.
Yeah. So thanks, Kim. Thanks, Manisha. Again, although not only for the talk, also for implementing this feature. Next talk is myself, so I have to connect myself and yeah, I will tell you then what I'm talking about.
This one.
Yep, this one's from me. So, yeah, so now I'm to the talk, switching over to the talk role. I thought when I put on the program with all the nice talks, with the mix we had, one thing is missing, a customer story. And it's always quite hard to find a customer to talk yeah, so this is why I put up myself on the list. And the environment I took for this as an example was really an, I hope, interesting one, because you see, it's about getting a new environment up in 4 days. And you see the question mark. So let's talk about this. Yeah, I'm not sure if I need to introduce myself. The short introduction would be, my name is Dirk and my slides suck. The longer one, I'm a consultant at NetWays. Nowadays, my title is a manager. Believe me, I'm still thinking I'm a technical person. So this is why I'm still doing some consultancy, at least. It's typically nowadays always, if it's a Foreman project, Dirk will do it. So this is really where my experience lies. But it shouldn't be about me. It should be about this this project. Agenda is quite short. I just want to introduce the project itself, what was planned for, what was the goals, what was the difficulties already before starting the project, all the requirements we had, the implementation, and at the end, for the conclusion, let's see how far we really got at the end. Because 4 days, a new environment. The project itself, from an organizational view, it started typically, we got an inquiry as a mail, can you help us with deploying Foreman and Catello? We probably will need some support afterwards. The untypical thing, it was not from Germany, it was from Ireland, so we'll come back to this later. Yeah, pre-sales, colleagues directly involved me because sales colleagues can show you everything from our technical solutions except Foreman. They rely on me for this. And yeah, so we started the pre-sales, directly got into demoing things, answering technical questions. So I was directly involved with the technical guys. This is always more helpful than you get management. I told you I'm management now. Yeah, we got a quote for consulting on-site, remote, and also for support to them. And then paperwork started. So we had to fill out a bit paperwork because it's a governmental organization, not in Germany, something we didn't before, so it took time. Also, we were talking to technical guys, so they also had to find who knows things on their side and so on. Yeah, so we lost some weeks doing all this to prepare it. And then, yeah, consulting came. And we needed yesterday better than now, but yeah, so typically things. So how fast can I fly to Ireland? Yeah, we managed to work around things. Matthias had to take over the Foreman training from me and so on. So it was, okay, next week Ireland. And yeah, 4 days, get a proof of concept up and running as fast as possible. Good sign. From the technical perspective, I was told, okay, we are moving to a new data center. So they really move away from the old location, office, data center, everything. So they want to start fresh. Perfect, greenfield. Helps. We need it fast. Okay, this does not help in most cases. And we need it secure. This also does not help to get it fast, but yeah, let's try. We have for virtualization set Proxmox as the solution. Already in the pre-sales, I said, I saw there are some bugs and problems with Proxmox 8. Which version do you want? Latest. Okay, let's try it out. Quick setup. Yeah, I have my laptop, KVM, nested virtualization, Proxmox up, connecting, everything works. Okay. Don't believe documentation in this case because there was an upper boundary, Proxmox lower than 8. I think it's still there because, so Manisha, Maximilian, who wants to fix it? It works. And yeah, there were also some issues open, but
I had no problem testing it with the customer. We also had no problems then, so perfectly fine. Box was set. We need virtual machines, we need Alma Linux, we need Ubuntu. So both admins there were joking around because one is liking Alma, one is Ubuntu. So both would be happy if the others did not work, but at the end we needed both. They also told me, yeah, we have to provision laptops because currently everyone is owner of his own laptop, can manage everything. I mentioned security, so this should be some managed laptops in the future. This is really the reason why we got this project at the end, because you may think Ireland, German company, why? They asked Red Hat in Ireland, other providers of consulting in this area, and all told them, no, you cannot provision laptops. We can do servers, virtual, physical, but no laptops at all. I wasn't told so after we had the laptops up and running, though. Also nice thing I got software for EPA was set. Because of all the security, they want to have a central user management, central certificate management. FreeEPA was set for them because they started to try it out, were happy with it. Also Ansible was set as configuration management. So, sorry, no Puppet, no migration to OpenVox, but this was set for them perfectly fine. And we would be required to be NIS2 compatible. So some compliance, keeping security always in mind. Yeah, okay. So this was what I knew when I flew over to Ireland. What do you think? 4 days? Doable?
For you, of course.
I see not everyone is convinced. What I was thinking with the talk, I hear so often, Foreman is complicated, there are so many things you need to know, there are many things you can configure. Okay, I'm using it 12 years now, one version later than Ewout, so yeah, quite long, but I think it's doable for everyone. Documentation is good, Ansible, we will see what was a really big part of getting this done is good, and so it's manageable. Let's see, was I optimistic with I can do this, or you skeptical people here in the room? Let's see who was right at the end. So let's go a bit more into the details for the requirement. For the setup, okay, we will need Catello because we need some mirroring and everything else will be based on the features, what we need, so the features will be needed, and this will give us the new requirements to the setup. A smart proxy should be in every subnet because they want to have as less communication as possible. So they want to have all the content in this network, NIS compliant, keeps it secure as possible. No connection, or at least not more than needed from the subnet, so everything from smart proxy to Catello, and also this as less as possible. Also, features that may be different between the different networks. We recognized goal was to have HTTP GRUB2 as bootloader. Did not work if you do not get an HTTP boot from the laptop, so things like this changed. Also, the old environment should be connected to it to get updated. Yeah, should probably be updated already before, but yeah, let's not talk about such things. And so we have different sets on features in the smart proxies, but yeah, it's doable, no problem, just a bit different doing in the Ansible code. Proxmox, compute resource, we wanted the integration. they deployed for the proof of concept already 3 different Proxmox clusters. So they were existing for me. No need to care about this in the proof of concept. But they wanted to provision also the Proxmox instances. So at the end, in the production environment, we have at least to do this. Would be better if we could tackle this already in the proof of concept. So we could do Proxmox provisioning. Okay, another nice requirement. FreeEPA, we want to have the user management from Foreman done by FreeEPA, so we need some group mapping, we need the integration with FreeEPA. Certificates should be used from FreeEPA, and what we all know, it's not the easiest to have certificates from someone else than Catello or Candlepin in Catello, or Puppet if you go with Foreman only. And of course, the smart proxy will also need the custom certificates, and this gets even more complicated because you will rebuild this one, move it over, get the bundle, get it back, and so on. So, yeah, requirement doable. We lost some time with it, but yeah, fine. And also, we need some integration and provisioning process. We need to enroll in FreeEPA with every system we deploy. Okay, doable. Provisioning requirement was different operating systems. We will need Alma Linux 9 for now. We need Ubuntu 22.4, This is what they currently have and where the no applications run on. As I said, it's greenfield, but we have to move things from the old environment, which have to run also in the new one. Proxmox should be provisioned to. Systems are virtual machines on Proxmox, physical laptops, physical servers. So yeah, physical systems, similar enough. Let's say physical and virtual systems to deploy. And yeah, we need disk encryption. They want to have this done with TPM. Okay, it's getting started to be a bit more and more complicated. FreeEPA environment I mentioned already, but this is important for the provisioning process. And of course, we want to manage content on the systems, so we have to have the full registration to content management also done in the provisioning process. This is what Catello is for, so shouldn't be a problem. Content management, we have to mirror everything. Yeah, Catello is done for this, should be easy. We have to stage the content because yeah, we have development, system, test, production, and I really recommend everyone test your updates not in production. Not everyone listens to this sentence, but I really recommend it. Yeah, I know. Sometimes also I'm scared. Yeah, we have to sync this to every smart proxy. Not everything, perhaps, like Query mentioned, if you have to sync everything, can get much content, and if you replicate this to every smart proxy, it will get more and more. I've moved this out of scope for the proof of concept to get this in the right scope. So let's say mirror everything to the smart proxy. And of course, yeah, the old environment exists. They wanted to show at least that they can update now and that this works. Okay, let's do this too. Ansible requirements, yeah, we have to set it up. We have to have a proof of concept that is reproducible. So I wanted to do this as an Ansible playbook, and they can expand afterwards for production. Good idea, will save me some time. We will really have directly something that is reproducible. Config management, customer only use playbooks currently. So they gave me an example, what was a role for hardening that I should use to implement. So we would see
Ansible is working, and they can expand on this later. So, do you still think it's doable? I see more and more skeptical faces, but yeah. Yeah, I also got a bit more skeptical, so we agreed on, let's do this with an Ansible playbook. We can set up Catello with it easily, smart proxies. We can add some all things we need to do in addition, which are not part of the two collections for Foreman, so Foreman operations to set things up, Foreman to set things up in Catello, in Foreman itself. We agreed on have one example for everything, or at least try. So it's going back to the old 80-20 rule, 80% of what you need to be done, the important things can be done in 20% of the time. The other 80% you will need for the last 20% because it's all the things that will get it to fully working, to be nice and so on. But yeah, my goal was 20% effort, 80% solution. We agreed on this, perfectly fine, helps. So I told you the requirements. Let's now talk about the implementation, how it worked. So I try to summarize the things and always give you some tips, some problems we encountered. And I will hopefully tell you to every problem a solution or the PR, the issue I opened, hopefully. So setup first. Catello, no problem. Preparations like have a working DNS, have an FQDN on the system, just some pre-tasks, typical preparation on a host, get some host entries to not rely on DNS, get the certificate, get the key tab, get the firewall. Okay, key tab is a bit of cheating. We need the Foreman prepare realm command to get the key tab. So with this thing already idempotence is gone for me because, okay, we did it in multiple steps and it will be fine. Not the quality I like because I always like to have everything idempotent, but it's only a proof of concept and we can improve later. But yeah, some pre-task, then just use the roles from the Foreman operation, set up the repositories, run the installer, provide, so I prefer to do this in the inventory, all the installer options, and it runs fine. My tip, this takes some time. If you do not want to have your playbook always wasting time on this, tag this play differently. So I had an install tag, a configuration tag, and a smart proxy tag at the end, so I could not waste time on Foreman installer running. Even if it does not change anything, it will consume more time than you want if you only have 4 days. Problem was with this key tab. I said, this is not a real problem because you could do like, okay, install the packages, then run this, but at the end you cannot run this automatically because it relies on some answers on your side because it really creates a new user permissions and everything that is needed for this free EPA enrollment on the free EPA side. But use this one. We try to do this manually first and some time we could have spared. Just use this, and I can mention docs again. It's nicely documented there. You just have to find it. So that was a problem a bit because I had done this in the past, but too long ago perhaps. Smart proxy side, no problem. We needed some place to create the EPA certificate, get the certificate sent from the smart proxy to the play machine, so the central Ansible machine, get it to Catello, creates a certificate tarball, gets the certificate tarball to the Ansible system, get it back to the smart proxy, and then run the Foreman installer. Yeah, simple. Oh. But yeah, this is what we had learned. Run this like recommended in the documentation manually once, so you do not miss any parameter or switch around certificates, because it took me some time to get it correct. So automation is good. If you know how it works and you then automate it, it's better. Yeah, so run it once, see what you get as an answer, and then use this for the automation. Don't think you know what it needs, and even don't think you know what it needs when you try to understand the documentation, because yeah, we also lost a bit of time here. Proxmox as a compute resource, the role for it is great. It's more or less independent from everything else you do, so the role is really great, because if you have some tasks, some roles, you cannot pick the order, so this can be complicated if you want to have all this in one play. Here, this task is more or less independent, so role, and got all this as a big dictionary, and it will work. So integration of Proxmox, no problem at all, or at least no problem on this side. One of the clusters wasn't updated, and it kind of behaved different than the other two. And it was probably also because they tried things out with permissions, but it was not my task to fix why one of 3 clusters is not working like it should. So not my problem. But provisioning. So we looked into Proxmox, which nowadays has its own installation, automated installation, where you pack an answer file to the ISO, and then you can also provide the ISO from the doesn't sound nice, and it isn't. Yeah, customer and I never used it, so we agreed, okay, let's postpone this. Option would be install Debian, get the repositories attached, install Proxmox later on, and you can also configure everything with Ansible. What also automation installation recommends. So it's really just setting things up, and then you configure everything on the system. It's just a Linux system with an application. So if you really want to simplify it. But yeah, okay, this one we postponed. Was a good decision, but yeah, so okay, you see the first thing I couldn't solve. FreePer, user management, so the system I got for the installation was already enrolled, so it was really just 2 installer options and 2 Ansible tasks to get this up and running. So really no problem, so we can use the central user management. Certificates, already mentioned in the setup, we need this. No problem. The certificates, it was a bit ugly, like I said. Create it here, copy it over, use it to create the tarball, get it back. But yeah, it worked. No problem with this. Provisioning, FreePer enrollment. Yeah, with the Foreman prepare realm, we get the key tab, we get it probably set up in FreePer, and then, yeah, it works. It's really just one-time passwords it uses for the provisioning. I will look into this in the provisioning section then. And yeah, it also solves for us DNS management. So just enroll the system to FreePer, and you will have a DNS record for it. So no need on the Foreman side to manage DNS, and also user management. Perfect. Provisioning operating systems. In general, we needed to configure architecture, lifecycle, sync plan, set up some global parameters because they do not want to have US keyboard layouts. They wanted to have Irish, which is probably UK layout. So things like this set up, no problem. Ansible will do it. I'm a Linux 9, which was the one I knew I can set up quite fast, also no problem. I synced just the basic repositories, base OS, application, and after a second thought, also Foreman client. Yeah, also I forget things in the first time. We got the initial promotion from Ansible, which is great. The sync to the smart proxy manually done because there is only a way to trigger the sync currently for the central system. There is an API endpoint, and probably if I find some time and my first pull request is merged, so I know this is how you should do it, and then I will tackle this also. So this is one manual click that we also get it synced to smart proxy currently. But it's doable. I also set up a compute profile, activation key, host group. So it was really one click because a new environment, we have to play around with things. We probably need more than one time to deploy a system. So I prepared all of those. Then in the UI, just select the host group. It will get you activation key assigned. The compute profile will define the virtual machine. So in this case, also where to deploy all these special things for Proxmox and in their environment, because the defaults are not the best. And worked fine with just one problem. You need to know all the compute attributes you want to have in your compute profile. Finding those required me digging into the API. No problem for me. For a non-experienced user, perhaps not the best way to find all this. Okay, this is what I would click in the UI, and how do I configure it now? But yeah, it's doable. I just left a comment above this for my customer to know where to look into, and probably find the same thing for production and for more examples. Ubuntu, I would like to not mention everything as a problem, but you probably know how to install, It dropped unexpectedly, perhaps, so to say, so it's still a bit lagging behind. I know Bastian worked on this, and there will be an automatic solution at the end, but it's currently not here. So what you need to do is set up the installation medium manually. Okay, in this case, not manually, I do it with Ansible, but it's still like, okay, we have to download the ISO. We have to put it on the right direction because we have to make it available via the Apache web server. We don't only need the ISO, we need it also as an extracted ISO because we want to have the kernel and initid from the ISO. Then somehow, I'm not sure if it's fixed, but I just keep this workaround. In some cases, it's AMD46. In some cases, it's x68-64. So just get a symlink and it will work. I know this, and I fortunately had an already working example from Christoph that I could just simply take and copy into this playbook. So no real time lost on this, but yeah, you have to do some work. Then you have to set up this operating system, associate all the templates, the installation medium you prepared, everything like this. And yeah, it's not it's not directly here. The associations are not directly here. So your playbook gets bigger and bigger. Everything doable. It's just things you need to know. And it's probably the worst workaround use case. Things to click we have in Foreman, and they never changed this 12 years ago when we started. Yeah, okay. Then we had everything up and running, or we thought. We just took the bootloader, grabbed to UEFI HTTP. I didn't find anything. Okay, we found the
the pull request open that there is a missing API endpoint because auto install is now using the data with a Mac specific endpoint, which is not implemented on the smart proxy. Yeah, but applying this pull request, like a typical monkey patch, and it worked. Then we found, okay, they probably mean it. This is not tested and probably not working combination, because the next thing was it did not find things where the templates located them. We could get this all working, and proof of concept, fine. Production, perhaps not. But yeah, we know how it will work, and yeah, this is why I said probably this is not our best use case. Let's do it minimal. So you have an apt repository. I just sync the Foreman client repository too, and we will not do more with Ubuntu now. So this is where one of the guys started joking, okay, instead of the Ubuntu laptops, let's just use IMA Linux, Fedora, and make it look like Ubuntu. I'm not sure if there will be changes to the plans to the managed laptops, because yeah, they already need to convince users, so perhaps you should not change too much. But if you are changing things, you can also do everything. Let's see. As I said, Proxmox we postponed quite fast because too many things that could take too many time. But yeah, operating system, what kind of systems we need, virtual machines on Proxmox. As I said, integration was quite fast. Defaults, not really up to date perhaps. So like in the default, it's using hardware models that will not work. We switched this over to use the host provided one and so on. So really small changes done via the compute profile, and so it was fine. We did not need to click this always, so perfectly done. We did the settings for use the short name because this was what the customer wanted. This stopped working somehow. I'm not sure why, but at least its initial it worked. More important, what I like is that it is not a default, because if you are not used to this, it can be a problem if you delete a system from Foreman, that it will be also gone from your environment. If you know this, it's better to switch it on because you don't want to leave the unmanaged systems behind. But yeah, this is also a setting we set up. Yeah, we recognize then that the Ansible module wants to have the real names, because there is a label, there is a real name and the real name in the API. Just look up the real name via the API, and then it will get also idempotent. Physical systems, no problem. Discover image will do this. Yeah, discover image you need to manually sync, and you want to have everything on the smart proxy. So okay, again, some Ansible to work around this. And I can say there is already a Foreman infrastructure issue open for this, so we can feed this directly to Catello. I think it will be solved somewhere in the future. Yeah, we need to build the Pixie default configuration. An API exists for this, an Ansible module currently not. PR is open for me. We tested only with a laptop, so yeah, it was easier than having a server connected and so on. But if we can provide a laptop with an UI, we can typically also provide a server. It was really just some additional parameters to get up the UI. Some were not so easy, because yeah, you have to tell it to use a graphical installer to get a graphical system afterwards, because you can install GNOME, but it will not boot into graphical target without running the graphical installer.
a bit weird, but yeah, was like minutes where we had to set up, because templates are so good. You just have additional packages as a parameter, and then it's done. And the graphical installer is also just a parameter away, so they were really happy. This was so easily done. And let's talk about this a bit with FreePar. Not sure where I should talk about it. Let's talk about this with FreePar then. Provisioning additional things, disk encryption via TPM module. Okay, challenge stopped quite easily because there is currently new support for the virtual TPM module with the compute resource Proxmox. Probably Manisha did already see the issue I opened for this. And yeah, if we would have solved this, the templates just allow for disk encryption via password or a tongue server currently. So we just use password, and this was enough for the proof of concept then. But yeah, this is something to tackle in the future. So probably when we get the virtual TPM, and a follow-up with the customer will be done to get the tongue server template expanded, or another one to get also TPM support for disk encryption. FreePar enrollment, the one-time password generation worked really like a charm. Everything else was done in FreePar. So what the customer did was, for the laptops, a matching group. With a matching group, he could get every system we deploy with his name into one group in FreePar, assign user groups, assign access, and so on it. So really, I was so happy how fast this worked. And I told you, they were told no deployment of laptops. And we got a laptop where everyone who should be able to sit on this laptop could connect, was directly assigned with perfect permissions and so on. Okay. Registration to content management. Yeah, there are some parameters you should set, so you get the host tool, tracer, and everything else, so you get the full experience. But it's parameters, so it's already there. And yeah, problem was that the parameters do not affect the registration template. So it's for provisioning. You have to click and add these packages to be installed for the registration template. So it's just for new systems. The old ones get a bit a different way. No problem at the end. It's just something you need to know, because old systems should behave at least as good as the new ones. But yeah, worked fine. Content management, okay, most things I covered already with provisioning. Yeah, just a tip, if you do want to have the initial promotion, and you do this, if you do promotions later, you can also depromote, so go back to an older version. This is what Ansible will do for you if you are still having, get this me to version 1 in your Ansible playbook. As I said, I forgot the Foreman client packages, and I was wondering why, after running my Ansible playbook, the system still didn't get it. Okay, you cannot fix one thing and go back to the old thing. Ansible, so doing all the setup with Ansible, it made it really so fast. It saved so much time that we have all this automation here. So this was really the perfect decision, and what I really would recommend everyone. It's not so hard to get into the Ansible collections that you shouldn't use them. And even if you just run the Ansible collection operations to set up repositories, run the installer, it's simpler than doing all this manually. The roles are great. Was what I wanted to write. Roles are great. They work fine. They will give you a bit more abstraction. If you do multiple times the same task, it will make things easier. Problem is ordering if you have some things that you can only do as task, because this moved me away then from the roles, and I did more tasks in my big list. One tip, use variables, so you have the things like the user, the password, the Foreman URL in your inventory as variable. This will make it easier from proof of concept to production. And Matthias gave me a tip, look into module defaults. This could improve the maintainability. Who is using Ansible and knows about module defaults? Yeah, this was also my feeling. No, not so many people know it. It was like 5 hands. Do you also know module default groups? No hand? 1 hand? Okay. I have a slide after this, because this was what really impressed me afterwards and made me document it for the Foreman collection, so the Foreman, because it's really helpful. I will go with the next slide for this. Configuration management, yeah, we switch it to the FreeEPA user, and the stored SSH key from FreeEPA, manually done currently, just because I was lazy and thought we have more important things to do, but it was a good thing, because they can now manage this also in FreeEPA. And we do not have to care about it. We just have to get this key always deployed on Foreman and all the smart proxies that use Ansible or provide the Ansible feature. As I said, I got a hardening role assigned for testing. Tip, don't use a hardening for SSH in this case, because you can think about what happened. Yeah, so it works fine once. Then I had to fix the login for the FreeEPA user, and then it worked also fine afterwards. Yeah, I probably should have looked into the parameters I can set and so on first, and then run it. But yeah, this are the things that happen. So I promised I have a slide with module defaults. So you default groups. So module defaults allow you to define for one module some defaults. So you can move for all the same tasks, for all the same modules, just the permissions, the authentication up to this. But there's a nice feature that came with Ansible 2.12, I think it was. So not sure about the version, but I found it on the lower half of the documentation. And then you have to find out how this is working with a module. And I thought, okay, let's patch this into Foreman's module, but I found it's already there. So was everything set up for it? There was a nice discussion in the original issue and in the pull request. Because with a module group, you just say it group, the namespace, the collection, and then the group that is built in the runtime file. And there you just group all the modules you provide, and you want to have as one group because they provide the same parameters, the same variables. And then you can just move from every task where you had the URL, the username, the password, and in my case, so this was my demo case afterwards, validate certificate. I could move all those on the top, makes it much more maintainable. And yeah, so this made me happy. This made Matthias happy after I showed him. And yeah, to make everyone happy, I made a pull request. And I think also
Evgeny was quite happy with this because this was merged in less than half an hour, I think. So, yeah, now it's documented on the Galaxy, in the README, and so hopefully everyone can use this now. But yeah, so this was how all the things done, and I'm the one between you and the pizza, so just raise hands one last time. Do you think how far I came was fine? No one was raising the hand, okay. Yeah, so the proof of concept. We got the setup, perfectly fine. We got Alma Linux provisioned, perfectly fine. Ubuntu, we got it working, not fine, but yeah, let's say it's done. But yeah, we can improve on it. Proxworks we postponed, so completely open task. Virtual machines, check. Physical systems, check. Integration with FreeIPA, a green checkmark is not enough for this. I really love this integration now, and I want to do more with FreeIPA. So if some possible customers is listening, please. Ansible, best decision to save me some time. In this case, I know. No, if I tell you, it's still Puppet modules behind the installer, so it's still Puppet driven. NIST compliance, yeah, okay. We took the last half hour to talk about the OpenSCAP module, and we tried to be as secure as possible with a proof of concept and how we set things up. But yeah, I would still leave this open. But the most important thing, customer happiness, yeah, he was happy. And consultant happiness, I was happy too. And not only because I could do something technical after doing so many management things. So, any questions, any feedback for me? Okay, I see everyone wants to have the pizza, so yeah.
Please, next time, show us one slide that is not just bullet points.
Yeah, I know. As I said, my slides suck. I integrated some nice green checkmarks. Yeah, I know. You know my technical talks. This is typically 5 slides and all demos. Yeah, so putting my... Well,
you didn't mention TPM on the client laptops. Why didn't you?
Because it wasn't a requirement yet. Yeah, let's see. The physical systems will also have TPM and so on, but yeah, most important case would be the virtual system for them. So if I have only a solution for the physical ones, it's not enough. So this is why we postponed this. But yeah, as I said, if we get this integration, they really want to have a follow-up, and we want to get some templates done or improved to also support this. So it's a plan.
Did you use the Q-boot for the laptops, as this was a topic on the last
we didn't use it because still also not a requirement to have secure boot on the laptop, but we talked about this already, and yeah, we can easily use this. Well, not 100% complete the feature because we have now this bootloader universe structure already, so you can manually set up. Documentation for this works like copy and paste, and perhaps some thinking involved if you want to have default some versioned ones. But yeah, it's easy to set up, and we will improve with this OCI image upload and collecting all somewhere so we can sync them via Catello and so on. Improvements will be done, and yeah, it shouldn't be a problem to get this in this customer environment if needed. So if no further questions, then thank to myself, and I will change my hat from speaker to organizer back. So
I want to thank all my colleagues that were involved, so the guys who did the techniques, the event team who helped me organizing, because at the end I got the applause for it and they do the work, so perfectly fine. Also thanks to ATIX for the cooperation, for Beta Dots and the Vox Populi community for adding the partner event. Everyone, thanks for attending the stream, and yeah. This should be my last words because I already can smell the pizza. So see you next year at ATIX and in 2 years again here. Bye also to the stream.